I'm going to call to order the closed session adjourned regular meeting of the City Council. Could I get a roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Waller.
Present.
Councilmember Castle.
Here.
Councilmember Kalajetovich.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barron.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Do we have any blue folder items for closed session?
None for closed session.
Okay, there's no one in the audience. Is anyone online for public communications on closed session items and non-agenda items?
There are no e-comments and no attendees on Zoom.
Okay, could you read off what we'll be discussing in closed session, items F1 through F7?
Yes, as authorized by the government code as listed on the published agenda, the following items will be discussed in closed session. Item F1 is under the title Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Potential Litigation, and there is one potential case. Item F2 is under the title Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation. The name of the case is Jiro Koyanagi versus City of Redondo Beach, County of Los Angeles, State of California, Jeremy C. Kasner, Joshua R. Kasner, and does 1 through 50 inclusive. Case number 23TRCV 01318. Items F3 through F5 are under the title Conference with Real Property Negotiator. For F3, the properties are portions of the Redondo Beach Marina parking lot, portions of APN numbers 7503-029-900 and 7503-029-903, portions of King Harbor Turn Basin and Hand Launch. For F4, the properties are portions of the Redondo Beach Marina parking lot and Seaside Lagoon, portions of APN numbers 7503-029-900 and 7503-029-903, portions of Harbor Drive, Pacific Avenue, Catalina Avenue, Gertruda Avenue, Redondo Street, and Esplanade. For F5, the properties are portions of the Redondo Beach Marina parking lot and Seaside Lagoon, portions of APN numbers 7503-029-900 and 7503-029-903. Item F6 is under the title Conference with Legal Counsel and Labor Negotiator, and the employee organization is Redondo Beach Part-Time Employees. And item F7 is under the title Conference with Real Property Negotiator, and the properties are 200 North Pacific Coast Highway, a portion of APN 750-500-9902, 715 Julia Avenue, portion of parcels APN numbers 750-702-0900 and APN number 750-702-1900. 3007 Vale Avenue, a portion of APN 415-001-7931. 1935 Manhattan Beach Boulevard, APN 404-900-8903. Parking lot at the corner of Felton Lane and 182nd Street, APN 415-803-3900. And 807 Inglewood Avenue, a portion of APN 408-302-4900. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And City Manager Wojciechowski, even though you're out of uniform, without any green today, who will be speaking to these items?
That's right. My maiden name, my mother's maiden name is Fry. I'm certainly dissing my Irish heritage today. For all items, myself, City Attorney Joy Ford, Assistant City Attorney Cheryl Park. For item F1, we will be joined by Andy Winge, our Public Works Director. For item F3, we will have Dana McCune, Outside Legal Counsel, Diane Strickfadden, our Human Resources Director, Andy Winge again, and Mike Klein, our Deputy Public Works Director. For item F3, Elizabeth House, our Community Services Director, and Catherine Buck, our Acting Waterfront and Economic Development Director. For item F4, again, Elizabeth House. For item F5, we will have Catherine Buck, our Acting Waterfront and Economic Development Director, Luke Smoody, our Assistant to the City Manager, and John Getz, our Outside Legal Counsel on the matter. For item F6, we will have Diane Strickfadden, and for item F7, Luke Smoody, Assistant to the City Manager.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to recess to closed session?
So second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
No,
No. Okay.
not opposed.
Okay. So with that, that's unanimous. So we'll recess to closed session. We'll be back on or about 6 PM to report out on any items that are reportable, and then to start the open session of the city council. Thank you. Session from closed session. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller,
Present.
Councilmember Castle,
Here?
Councilmember Kalijetovic. Here. Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barron,
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, City Manager Wojciechowski, anything to report from closed session, please?
No items this evening, Mayor.
Okay, with that, I will take a motion to adjourn to our regular open session of the City Council.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for it?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries. I'm going to call to order the regular open session meeting of the City Council. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller,
Present.
Councilmember Castle,
Here?
Councilmember Kalijetovic. Here. Councilmember Obaji,
Here.
Councilmember Barron,
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, if we have any veterans or active duty military in the audience, please stand to be recognized for your service. Anybody out there? Okay, well, we'll move on then.
Thank you, Mayor, for your service.
Yeah, I'm not standing up. Okay, so let us all stand for the salute to the flag and remain standing for a moment of silence afterwards. I'd like to call up Elise, who will lead us in the pledge. Elise, the floor is all yours.
She's putting it down.
There, your mic's on.
Good evening, my name is Elise. I am a 7th grader at Adams Middle School. My favorite subject in school is social studies, and I love to visit the library and volunteer in Redondo Beach. Please put your hand over your heart and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And please remain standing for a moment of silent invocation. Okay, thank you. You may be seated. Elise, great job. Come on up and get a picture with the council. Good job.
Excellent. Thanks for coming.
Thank you. We could hear you very clearly.
Mom, do you want
Mom and brother, do you want to get up for a picture?
Sorry, Elise.
No, get in the picture.
Oh, in the picture?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Renee will,
Yeah.
Pass the phone.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor.
thanks, Renee.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. Okay, and now we'll be getting down to item D on, if you're following the agenda, presentations, proclamations, announcements, and AB 1, 2, 3, 4 travel expense reports. I do have 2 presentations tonight. Joy, do you want to join us? Good evening, everyone. Before we move forward with tonight's agenda, I'd like to take a moment to recognize a very special accomplishment by one of our very own. Lila, could you please come forward? There you are. I couldn't find you in the audience. I was worried. It is my honor to share that Lila Omora has been recognized as Woman of the Year, award recipient by the Los Angeles County Commission for Women. Congratulations. This recognition was presented as part of the Commission's 40th anniversary Woman of the Year commemorative celebration entitled Moving Forward Together, Women Educating and Inspiring Generation, which also marks the 50th anniversary of the Commission for Women. For the past 4 decades, this commission has recognized women across Los Angeles County who have helped bring about social and economic change, who have served as role models, and who have worked tirelessly to advance opportunities and equity for women. Lila represented the district of Holly J. Mitchell, supervisor of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors, making this recognition especially meaningful for our community. This is not the first time Lila's dedication and leadership have been recognized. In 2025, she was named the city's Employee of the Year, recognizing her exceptional service to the community. And in 2024, she was honored as Woman of the Year by Almer Tsuchi, who represents California's 66th State Assembly District. These recognitions speak volumes about the impact Lila has made through her professionalism, leadership, and commitment to serving others. On behalf of the city, I want to say how proud we are of you. Your work exemplifies the kind of leadership and commitment that strengthens our community and shapes and inspires others. Although the official awarding took place last week at the historic Millennium Biltmore Hotel, we wanted to take this opportunity here tonight to recognize Lila and celebrate her achievement with the rest of our community. So on behalf of the mayor, the city council, and the people of Redondo Beach, it's my pleasure to present you with this certificate of recognition commemorating your selection as the Los Angeles County Woman of the Year honoree and thanking you for the many ways you serve and inspire others. So for you, your award. Come on up and show us your award. So theirs is much bigger and much more colorful.
Very nice.
So congratulations. Did you want to say a few words?
Thank you so much. It was such an honor. And I have to say, this would not be possible without, I want to say, almost all the city staff, our police, our fire, our nonprofits, my amazing supervisors. This could not happen in the support of our mayor and city council, past and present. So, and you community members, you residents who continue to reach out to me when you see someone on the streets that are needing help. So thank you so much.
Thank you, and I think we forgot in all those words to say what Lila actually does. She alluded to it. She is our first responder to the homeless here. So she goes out and talks with them, gets a rapport with them, and gets them to volunteer to become part of our homeless program, which has won awards across the county, and we're a state leader. So well done. There's three people who are a big part of all of this, and I want to give them each a chance to say something about Lila. So we'll start with Councilmember Kalajerovich.
I will just say that, Lila, I know you don't like this attention. And you don't do it for the attention. You go out every day helping people because it is like what your passion is, what your heart is. And you are inspiring. And I think we all gather around you to support you because you are so exceptional. We are very lucky to have you. Thank you.
I am Joy Ford. I am the city attorney. And first, I would like to thank Supervisor Mitchell for recognizing Lila for all her hard work and dedication. And this is not just a job to Lila. She puts her heart into it, which is what makes her exceptional. And I had the honor to attend the ceremony, and there were very exceptional women who were also honored that day. And Lila is up there with them, if not above them. I was just so proud of her. She not only helps the community, the residents, both housed and unhoused, but she truly impacts, I think, every department in the city. And we are so grateful and so proud. Thank you, Lila, for everything you do.
My name is Stephanie Johnson. I'm a senior deputy city prosecutor, and I get to work alongside Lila every single day and see the amazingness that she puts in. Her compassion and love for people is truly, truly inspiring, and your motivation to make this world and our city a better place is really second to none. And it makes you so deserving of this award. And we are so lucky to have you as part of our Redondo family and that you continue to choose us. We congratulate you and thank you for all that you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd ask y'all to rise and applaud and recognize
My mom and my baby. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your support. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks for being so responsive, Lila.
Okay, thank you. For our second. We good? Okay, we're good? Okay, for our second presentation tonight, we're proud to recognize Women's History Month, a time dedicated to celebrating the achievements and contributions of women throughout our nation's history. From pioneers who fought for equality to the women who lead, serve, and inspire our community today, their impact continues to shape a stronger future for all of us. Here in Redondo Beach, we are fortunate to have women who lead in every field, from public service and education to business, healthcare, and community advocacy. Their dedication, resilience, and vision help make our city the vibrant and welcoming community we are proud to call home. This month also includes International Women's Day on March 8th, a global reminder of the progress that has been made and the work that still lies ahead to ensure opportunity and equality for all. I'm very fortunate to have a colleague on the dais with us, Councilmember Kalajerovic, who is a shining example of a woman making a difference in our community through her leadership and service. For that reason, it is my honor to present this proclamation recognizing Women's History Month to Councilmember Kalajerovic. Come on, Council.
We'll get on the.
Thank you.
Yeah, she's a towering example. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Okay, continuing on with announcements and AB 1234 travel report, expense reports. I'll start with Councilmember Barrett tonight.
Mayor, I do have an announcement, and it is that the District 4, District 5 joint community meeting, the Pillars of Public Safety Series, Part 2. We've changed the date by one day. It's going to be April 2nd. Thursday, April 2nd, 6 p.m. at the Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center, and we will be joined by the Redondo Beach Fire Department. We hope Chief Butler will be there, Division Chief Jason May, who's here tonight, and others, and it's going to be a terrific event, and refreshments will be served. April 2nd, 6 p.m., Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center, open to all.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
Yes, I echo that announcement about the community meeting, joint D4, D5, on April 2nd. Also, I want to do a shout out to our dispatchers and code enforcement because I've been walking the waterfront a lot and I've noticed graffiti on different parts like the storm drain outlet as well as the shore wall. I reported it on Access Redondo and within 48 hours, it's gone. So that's all to say, please continue to report graffiti in Redondo Beach on Access Redondo.
How should they report it?
Access Redondo.
Okay.
It's an app on the Droid and the iPhone, and if you Google it, it'll be your #1 search result.
Anything else?
That's
Okay.
it. Thank you.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a reportable expense. On Monday, I attended the Emergency Centralized Response Center, the ECRC, which is a hub of outreach for LA County when it comes to homelessness. There was a parking expense that I will be submitting. And last Friday, I was happy to co-host with the mayor, a brownie troop here to learn about civic engagement and community leadership, and very inspired by those young ladies. Lots of energy, lots of great questions, and we love engaging with all parts of our community, especially those little ones, and hopefully inspiring community leadership at their age and beyond. So that was incredible, and kind of a shout out to anyone else out there with their brownie troop, Boy Scouts. We would love to see you here in council chambers. Also, I will be attending the RUHS presentation of Something Rotten on Friday, and I look forward to that. They always put on an exceptional production, and I think you should attend. I'll give you a report next week. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I like the one response we got back on, they asked one of the brownies what she learned.
And was it flavored tobacco?
No, no. She said, I learned I can change the world.
Good. Love that.
Anything else?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Castle.
I attended the high school's Redondo Invitational High School track meet. That's a terrific track meet that is sponsored by Nike, and in fact, it's so large that they have to do some of the events at West High School as well as our own Redondo Union. It was a 2-day event and very well attended. And then this week, I'd like to announce that on Thursday at Wilderness Park, we'll be having the ribbon cutting for the new lower pond that's been renovated and refurbished, and that will be on Thursday at 2 p.m.
And Wednesday, we're doing the ribbon cutting for the Alta Vista courts. You're gonna,
Of course.
sorry, I stole your thunder.
We'll give the details.
Go ahead.
All right. Let's see, last weekend was the St. Patrick's Day run in Riviera Village. It was a well-attended event. It was very well run, and I'd like to thank our Public Works and our first responders who made sure that everything went very smoothly.
And safely.
And safely. Alta Vista Pickleball Courts ribbon cutting, as the mayor said, is Wednesday, tomorrow, March 18th at 1 p.m. And since other people didn't mention it, I also have on the future calendar coming up Coffee with a Cop, Saturday, March 21st, 9 to noon at Nikki's Deli up at Artesia and Inglewood Boulevards. State of the City, the mayor forgot to mention, is March 24th.
I didn't go yet, but okay.
You started. At 7 a.m. That's Sonesta Hotel Ballroom. The South Bay City's Council of Governments General Assembly, Let the Games Begin, is March 26th, 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the West Drift and Manhattan Beach, featuring our own Elizabeth House on a panel. And the Knights of Columbus held a fish fry. They've been holding it. They've had 2 of them already. It was a great evening. If you missed it, the last one of the season will be Friday, March 27th, 5 to 8 p.m. at 214 Avenue I in Redondo Beach.
And at that COG event, I will be on a panel of mayors representing the crown jewel of the South Bay, Redondo Beach.
It didn't show that on the agenda.
So thank you. Anything else?
That's it for me.
Okay, well, they covered everything I was going to cover, so well done. Let's see, we'll move on. I think, we talked earlier, Councilmember Obaji, I think the right thing to do is move a portion of N2 forward rather than.
Well, all right, so I wanted to allow folks to discuss the crossing guards during J. the crossing guards aren't actually represented in the title of N2. So I'm not sure it wouldn't be improper anyways, but it's just, there's an attachment associated with N2, so.
I think I'd like to bring that portion of N2 forward. Unless
I
you
mean,
got.
I don't think the city manager wanted
The
that.
challenge with that is then we're providing kind of two disjointed presentations, and then we're segregating the presentation associated with crossing guards, which is a fairly limited component of the mid-year budget review. So I think if you want to take general public feedback under non-agenda items, you could do that safely. It's not included in the title. It is somewhat part and parcel of the budget discussion. It is an attachment there, but I don't, I mean, unless Joy disagrees.
I'd rather just let them testify to N2 right now.
Yeah,
And
and
we
then
can
maybe
go
that's
back
the way to
N2.
do it. Yeah, as long as we don't have the staff presentation associated with it, I just would rather not segregate those two components because we'll lose
Just take
context.
the public testimony for the kids.
Exactly.
Okay. You want to make that motion?
Move to allow folks to testify to items within N2 during J.
How about
Actually,
right
it's for
now?
public comment, not testimony.
Yes.
So it's not
Public
hearing.
comment, sorry, public
Yeah.
comment.
Thank you. Just for the record.
Yeah, during J.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Anyone else wish to move anything on the agenda?
And, further, Mayor, to extend it.
Well, that's what I was just going to say. Do you need a limit?
40
Yeah,
minutes.
what's your limit?
In case they do go over.
Yeah, we have 21
21 cards at 3.
just for them.
Okay.
So let's go 40.
40 minutes,
So we shouldn't do that for public.
40 minutes and 2 minutes each.
Yeah, but then nobody gets to make a public comment on anything else,
She has 21 cards.
just for that.
Just for N.
For N or for public?
That's why I
comment?
said N2 and then comments on N2 and then we'll do public testimony.
May I recommend that we start with public comments on N2, let them speak, and then continue N2,
That's exactly, yeah.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Separate from item J.
separate from item J.
Yes,
So a friendly amendment would be to make it so that
and to move it right after this.
we move the public comment for N2
All right,
immediately following where we are now.
so N2 will go first, then J,
Then H.
and
Then
N2 public
G,
comment.
H, the whole rest of the,
Okay, so moved.
okay, do I have a second?
Yes, second.
I have a question. And just to be clear, we're doing that because we anticipate a number of children who are going to speak,
Yes.
and that's the
And we
reason
don't
why
want them
we're
to have to wait till late at night.
providing an
9 o'clock.
exception to what otherwise would be the practice in light of that,
We'll
right?
move N2 up and then we'll continue it
Just the
right after
public comment on N2,
Yeah.
not the presentation.
In light of the fact that there's a number of young children here who want to speak.
Yes.
Okay, this is, okay.
Okay, anyone else wish to move anything else on the agenda? Okay, so we'll move forward to that motion. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries. So with that, we will be going to public testimony on N2, public comment on N2 related to the safety crossing guards. So we'll go by cards first. The first I have is hard to read, Otis Schloff, I think is the name, and then second is Indy Hickson.
Come on up, Otis.
No clapping. If you support someone, wave your hands. If you don't like it, you go down like this, okay?
Scott, show them how to lower.
Otis is a pro.
Oh, he's done it before.
There you go.
Gosh, he looks sharp.
Green tie.
And
Okay, Otis, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hi, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Otis. I'm a fourth grader at Jefferson Elementary in Redondo Beach. It's great to see you guys again. Thank you so much for putting this issue in the agenda. I'm here to talk about the safety at Ford in aviation. As you can see, I brought a lot of my friends with me. I still ride my bike to school. And crossing that intersection continues to feel dangerous. There are a lot of cars, and sometimes drivers don't see us. We need a crossing guard now for the rest of this school year. We still have 54 more school days, and we want to be safe. I also collected signatures from 133 Jefferson students, along with 107 signatures from our community. Everyone here supports having a crossing guard at Ford and Aviation and supports a safer, more direct way for kids to get to school. We're just kids trying to get to school with safety. We're all trying to do our part. My classmates care so much, they took time to write a note to share their thoughts. May I please present them to you?
Yes, motion to receive and file.
Second.
All for it?
Aye.
Go ahead.
Give them to him. He knows what to do.
Will you please help us get a crossing guard at Ford and Aviation? Thank you for your time and consideration to keep us safe.
Thank you. Well done. Okay, Kate Hickson. Oh, I'm sorry, Indy Hickson, and then Kate Hickson.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is India Hickson, and I live in Redondo Beach. Tonight, I am speaking on the behalf of my little brother. He wrote a speech, and it says, "I get to ride my bike to school every day with all of my friends. We have a bike group, and Otis cannot be in that bike group because we all ride by ourselves. We do this because we have crossing guards to make sure we are okay. Their names are Lisa and Chris. If you could get more crossing guards, Otis could get the privilege of riding his bike to school with us as long as other underprivileged kids." Thank you.
Thank you. Kate Hickson.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Kate Hickson, and I live in Redondo Beach. I strongly urge you to place a crossing guard at Ford and Aviation and ask you to take action now. There are 54 more school days left in the year, and they want to walk and ride their bikes safely. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. I'm having trouble reading the first name, but the second name is McLaughlin. It looks like Allura. Is that?
Amelie.
Amelie.
Amel? No, you were the second one. There's another McLaughlin here. But you can go now. We'll get to the.
Both of y'all.
Go ahead.
Okay.
You'll be next.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Amelie McLaughlin, and I live in Redondo Beach. I strongly urge you to place a crossing guard at Fort and Aviation and ask you to take this action now. There are 54 more school days left in the year, and we want to walk and bike to school safely now instead of waiting until next year. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Can you read that one?
Olivia, I think. That's not.
Is there Olivia or an Allura or something McLaughlin?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Olivia McLaughlin, and I'm a mom here at Redondo Beach. I strongly support the placement of a crossing guard at Ford and Aviation and respectfully ask that you do this now so that we can be safe for the remaining 54 days of the school year. Thank you for your consideration.
Quick question for clarification, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
For the speaker who just came up?
Olivia, come back.
Olivia. Is this for Jefferson Elementary?
It's for Jefferson Elementary, yes.
Are you able to go up to Aviation and Grant and use that crossing guard and then come down from there?
So it would take an extra 20 minutes from there.
Bicycle up?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, or bicycle down, yes. Yeah, another 20 minutes, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, Miles McLaughlin, and then George Dunbar. Come on down, Miles.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Miles, and I am a student here in Redondo Beach. A crossing guard at Aviation and Ford will allow our kids to get to school safer as well as faster because they don't have to go down to Grant to cross Aviation with a crossing guard. This will save an extra 20 minutes on our walk to school, but more importantly, it is safer. Please approve a crossing guard at Ford and Aviation now. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Miles. George Dunbar. and then Sabrina Dunbar.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is George Dunbar, and I'm proud to stand with my neighbors in their request for a crossing guard at Ford and Aviation. This will ease the minds of our parents and make walking or biking to school safer for our students. Thank you for protecting the youth of Redondo Beach.
Thank you. Sabrina Dunbar, and then Dean Corral or Coral.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Sabrina Dunbar, and I'm a mom here in Redondo Beach. I strongly support the placement of a crossing guard at Ford and Aviation. It's really dangerous. My son goes every morning and every afternoon. He's almost been hit by a car. He's seen an accident, like when he's crossing. It's such a dangerous intersection, and I would really appreciate a crossing guard at that intersection. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dean Coral, and then Isaiah Sarkali. You don't have to shout out.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Dean and I am 9 years old. I'm here tonight because I love my neighborhood, but I don't love crossing the street at Ford and Aviation. At a previous meeting, my friend Otis told you how scary that intersection is. Since then, we've been busy. We've talked to our neighbors and gathered a lot of signatures from people who are tired of seeing accidents there. I ride my bike to school with my little sister and my dad every morning. I can tell my mom is scared when we leave the house. I see how she looks at the traffic, and I can see how fast the cars go. I think everyone should feel happy and safe on their way to school. My sister, my dad, and I just want to get to class with a smile on our faces. We worked really hard to bring you these names because we know you care about us too. We would love for you to help us by giving us a crossing guard at Ford and Aviation. Thank you for listening and keeping everyone in our neighborhoods safe.
Thank you. Okay, Isaiah.
Good evening, Mayor, and members of the City Council and everyone here tonight. My name is Isaiah. I'm a 6th grader at Paris Middle School, and I live in the Jefferson Elementary School neighborhood. Many students and families have to cross Aviation Boulevard to get to school, and it can feel really scary because the traffic is busy and cars move fast. A crossing guard would help everyone feel safer when they're walking or biking to school. It would also help drivers know when kids are crossing so everyone can get to the intersection safely. There are many students who use that crosswalk every day. Having a cross guard there, even just for the rest of the school year, would make a big difference for students and their families. Please consider moving a crossing guard to Aviation and Ford to help keep kids safe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Charles Miller, and then Alessandra Pierce and Genevieve Sagewich.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Charles and I live in Redondo Beach. I strongly urge you to place a crossing guard at Ford and Aviation and ask you to take this action now. There are 54 more school days and we want to walk and ride our bike to school safely now instead of waiting until next year. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Alessandra Pierce and Genevieve Sagewich, and then Carolina Pierce.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Our names are Genevieve Sagewich and Alessandra Pierce, and we live in Redondo Beach. We strongly ask you to place a crossing guard at Ford and Aviation and ask you to take this action now. There are 54 more school days, and we want to walk and bike to school safely now instead of waiting until next year. Thank you for your consideration.
Did you guys practice that?
Yeah.
Yeah, we could tell. Carolina Pierce, and then Margot Schlaff. All right, Carolina.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Carolina Pierce, and I'm proud to stand with my neighbors in their request for a crossing guard at Ford and Aviation. This ease will the minds of parents and make walking safer for biking to school, walking or biking to school for our students. Thank you for protecting the youth of Redondo Beach.
Okay, Margot Schlaff. And then it's going to be River Nagy Kraus.
Hi, my name is Margot, and I am in second grade at Jefferson Elementary in Redondo Beach. I ride on the back of my parents' bike with my sister. We follow all the rules and try to be very careful, but forward in aviation still feels scary. There are a lot of cars, and it's hard to know when it's safe to cross. That makes me feel nervous. A crossing guard would help us feel safe. Please help us get a crossing guard. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, River, and then Jackie Dentono. Dentono.
Good evening, city councils and mayors. I would very appreciate if you could add a cross guard between Ford and aviation, because every day many kids like to ride their bike to school, and sometimes it's very dangerous when they're making sure they're safe. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Jackie D'Antuono, and I live here in Redondo Beach. A crossing guard at Aviation and Ford will allow our kids to get to school safer as well as faster because they don't have to go down Grant to cross Aviation with a crossing guard. This will save us 20 minutes of a walk and get to school safer. Please approve a crossing guard at Ford and Aviation now. Thank you for your consideration.
Quick question for clarification, if I could, Mayor, from Jackie.
Yes, sure.
Thank you. Do you live closer to the crossing guard on Grant in Aviation or the crossing guard on Prospect in Aviation?
In the middle.
In the middle. Okay. Which one would be?
Probably around Ford.
Yeah, it's right at, right at Ford.
Live on Ford?
We're all around Ford, yes.
Okay.
There's a pocket of Jefferson families that live in that area, and so they're in the middle.
The Golden Triangle, the Golden Hills.
Okay, Giovanni Sagewich, and then Keith Pierce.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Gia.
Hold on 1 second. Let's wait till somebody silences their phone.
Apologies.
We want to hear everything you say.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Gio, and I am proud to stand with my neighbors in their request for a crossing guard at Ford and Aviation. This will ease the minds of parents and make walking or biking to school safer for our students. Thank you for protecting the youth of Redondo Beach.
Thank you. Okay, Keith Pierce, and then John Sagewich.
Heath isn't, okay. Heath is not here.
Okay. Heath is not here, so John Sagewich.
Good evening. How are you guys? My name is John Sagewich, and I live in Redondo Beach. I strongly urge you to place a crossing guard at Ford and Aviation and ask that you guys please take action immediately. There are 54 days of school left, and we want to be able to walk and bike to school safely now rather than waiting until next school year. Thank you for your consideration.
What grade are you in? Okay, let's see, Tricia Murakawa. And then Lucy Schlaf.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for hearing the community, mostly who live in District 4. And I know, Councilman Barrett, you're asking, why can't you walk from where we live over to Grant? And Lucy is going to talk next, but you can just imagine, I can walk a lot faster than Lucy can, either to Grant or to Prospect, but then once you walk over there, then you have to still walk around, and then Jefferson is that way, including if you walk from Prospect all the way around. Lucy's legs are probably half as long as mine are, which is why it adds an additional 20 minutes. I know it sounds incredulous, but I just wanted to make sure that that's the reason why the community is asking for the crossing guard at Ford. I don't need to tell you about the curviness of Aviation and the speeding that occurs on Aviation, but we do have photos if you'd like to see peak hour traffic of all the kids walking from Ford and Aviation. So we would just thank you for even considering this, and thank you for allowing these kids, their parents, and the community to engage in, democracy Like you said, the last youth who gave the Pledge of Allegiance at your last meeting said she now believes that she can change the world. And if you make this decision, whenever you do, I believe that these kids have changed their world. So I just want to tell you, thank you very much for your consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Lucy Schloff and then Evan Schloff. I don't know if they'll go much lower. You can bend that mic down.
Hi, my name is Lucy Slough, and I am in first grade at Jefferson Elementary in Redondo Beach. I want my brother and all kids to be safe when they walk or ride to school. I ride with my mom or dad, but one day I want to ride my own bike. And I do not want my mom to be worried. Please help us get a crossing guard at Ford and Aviation. Thank you.
Thank you.
How old are you, Lucy? 6. Good job. Thank you.
Okay, Evan Schloff. It takes forever.
We can hear you. You stand up. You're good.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Evan Schloff. I'm a father of 3, which you've all heard from tonight. Very proud father of 3, and proud of everybody here. So thank you, everybody, for showing up. I live here in Redondo, and a crossing guard at Aviation and Ford will allow our kids to get to school safer, as well as faster, because they don't have to go down to Grant and cross Aviation with a crossing guard. This will save an extra 20 minutes on our walk to school, but more importantly, it's safer. Please approve a crossing guard at Ford and Aviation now. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. And then the last card I have is Talia Pierce. I'm sorry? Okay. Does anyone else wish to speak on this item?
Who hasn't
You just come on down. If you only get to speak once.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Leonardo Recibuto, and I live in Redondo Beach. I strongly urge you to place a crossing guard at Ford and Aviation, and I ask you to take this action now. There are 54 more school days, and we want to walk and bike to school safely now instead of waiting until next year. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Anyone else who hasn't spoken yet? Yep, come on down.
Hi, everyone. My name's Amy Ricivuto. I actually have 5 kids, and I think that the only piece that has been missing is trying to explain the logistics of how this works. So because of this, like how the zoned is for Jefferson, half of it is on the other side. And so these kids don't have an option except to cross that. And having 5 kids who bike and walk, that's what we want, right? That's the goal in life, and there's no other way to get them across. Going down to Grant, if you don't know the area, is not realistic, especially in the morning. You're trying to rush your kids out the door. Can't find shoes, can't find backpacks. You have got to get them out. So I think that is the only solution, and nobody wants their kids crossing by themselves. You guys have all been around a long time, and keeping kids safe is really the goal. So I think all of us are here just because we want our kids to be safe. It's not like we're trying to take a shortcut or get them, get them anywhere but to school safely. So thank you. Thank you for listening to all of our kids. I'm glad that they're here because they just want it to be safe. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else wish to speak on this item? Okay, well, look, I thank you for being respectful and keeping your applause down. So let's take a moment to applaud. I love to see the kids testify. Well done.
And if I might, Mayor, I just want to also compliment all the speakers in being so direct and brief with your comments. That never happens.
Better than the adults.
Thank you so much.
And especially the first grader, well done.
And I'm not going to talk about the item, but I'll say that I did pull up a map of the school district and what schools people are assigned to. So I'll show that to the council when we get to this item, and hopefully they can see clearly why a crossing guard is being called for there.
So with that, I appreciate the council's forbearance in bringing this forward. I would like the motion to continue this to this item N1, N2 to after N1.
So moved.
Second.
All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you very much. We'll be talking about the rest of this later this evening. Can you pass this down?
There's no hands raised and no e-comments for this one.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, we're back to item G. Sorry for skipping around. This is a little bit different than we normally run the council meeting, but there were extenuating circumstances here. Do we have any blue folder items for this evening?
Yes, we have 4 blue folder items. We have H7, approve a funding amendment for project N2000000.
Let's hold off until the door is closed. Okay.
Okay, so we have four blue folder items. We have H7, approve a funding amendment for project number 920000000M550213 between the City of Redondo Beach and Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority for the Redondo Beach Avenue Bike Improvement and Pedestrian Safety Project. Public Communications, J1, public participation on non-agenda items. Public Communications, and 2, discussion of possible action regarding the fiscal year 2025-26 mid-year budget review. Receive and file a presentation on the status of the city's capital improvement projects. Provide direction and identify fiscal year 2026-27 cost-saving strategies. Adopt by 4/5 vote and by title only resolution number 2603-014, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, modifying the budget for the fiscal year 2025-26, attachment 1, council approved modifications, and revise and school crossing guard location map. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to receive and file?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. Okay, now we're at the consent calendar portion. We have H1 through H16. Does any member of the council wish to pull any of the consent calendar items? Okay, seeing none, I'll take a motion to approve the consent calendar H1 to H16.
Move the consent calendar.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Before we cast the vote, we will take comments from the audience, and I have one card. That's Wayne Craig.
This might take a while. There are a lot of small kids talking.
Just get on your knees, Wayne.
Yeah, really. It's like be slouched over worse than I am now. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm talking about this item tonight, but let's, because it's regarding the $100,000 that's going to go toward payment of a consultant for a gun range. Let's be honest about where we're at. The mid-year budget makes it clear the city is falling short, missing targets and struggling to keep up with basic financial obligations. And yet, in the middle of this, at a time when the city is effectively searching for coins in the seat cushion just to stay on track, you are continuing to spend $100,000 of taxpayer money on a consultant for an unfunded $19 million gun range project. Not a critical project, not an urgent one, a project we cannot afford to build, and even more concerning, a project we cannot afford to operate if it ever gets built. That's not just poor judgment, that's irresponsible. Residents are tightening their belts. The city should be doing the same. Instead, you're pouring money into what can only be described as a pipe dream. Every dollar spent on this is a dollar not available for real needs. Emergency repairs, infrastructure failures, or closing the very budget gaps that we are now experiencing. And let's be clear, there's still $1.1 million tied up in this ridiculous project account. $1.1 million. At a time when you're effectively scrambling to make ends meet, that kind of money should not be sitting at a speculative fund with no visible path forward. This isn't complicated. This is just about priorities. Right now, your priorities are out of alignment with reality and with the needs of the people you represent. It's time to stop. Stop funding this $19 million gun range project, stop wasting money on consultants, and return the $1.1 million that still remains in this pipe dream of an account back into the general fund where it can serve the public. Anything less is a failure of fiscal responsibility. And here's an idea. How about $100,000 going to a crossing guard on Ford Avenue? That might be a start.
Okay. Anyone else wish to address the consent calendar items?
Can I pull H9, please?
Okay. Well, we already had a motion. So
I'm okay if he wants to make an amendment to my motion.
So can you make an amendment to the motion and pull H9 and approve H1?
Did I make the motion?
Yeah.
Okay, so motion to approve all items except for H9 and pull H9.
I'm acceptable.
Do we have a second? Okay, we have a motion and a second.
You be your own council member. All right.
Okay, anyone else wish to address the council before I call the vote? Okay, I will call the vote then. All for?
Aye.
Okay, H1, all the consent calendars approved except H9, which we'll discuss in a moment. So do you have to read any of those?
Give me one moment. No, there's none.
Okay, so now we go to the excluded consent calendar items. Councilmember Obaji, you excluded H9?
Yes, I wanted to pull this because before this item, we came here today, I had a discussion with the city manager because I wasn't updated on where we were on it. And I think that the public needs to know where we are on this shooting range issue. So we've got a shooting range that's currently open air, causes noise, torrents, and potentially shoots particles up, where the police have to call and let the dispatchers know before they start shooting at the range, because they're going to get calls from around the neighborhood saying there's firearms, there's guns firing off in our neighborhood when they start to shoot. We're in bad need of an upgrade. We also are in need of recruiting and retaining police officers. And one thing that the police officers look at when they come to join an agency is what kind of facilities do they have for us to train at. So last year, my understanding that I got an update from the city manager, and correct me if I'm wrong here, is that last year we were very close from getting a grant or partnership from the Department of Defense to build this $19 million shooting range. And they said, hey, you need to make some tweaks. You're so close, but you need to make some tweaks and get some more definition to your renderings and your drawings. And so for that reason, we're hiring this architect in order to make us more eligible to use the $1.1 million that we put aside to be able to build a $19 million facility that'll be excellent for both the Department of Defense and the Redondo Beach Police Department. So Mr. Craig, I got a great amount of respect for you, but I think you're dead wrong on this issue. Move to approve H9.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second one. Does anyone else wish to address H9?
I would just like to add that this is an enormous quality of life issue. We talk about pickleball noise and traffic noise. We have an open air shooting range built in 1947. We can't operate it outside of school hours for obvious reasons. I have complaints from a resident who was a freshman at Columbine in 1999 who was nearby the range when they were shooting and was traumatized. This is a quality of life issue, and we owe our residents to explore this. And just to give people a understanding of the noise that this generates, I live on the other side of east of Inglewood. I heard it last night when they were firing. There was shooting last night, and I heard it on my porch. So this extends well beyond the area that it is, and it completely warrants the efforts that we are going to. And by the way, the grant that we are seeking is to fully fund the capital improvement of it, not from our taxpayers here in Redondo Beach. So the second part of this is there is no plan B for this shooting range that we've had since 1947. So there is no backup plan. And it's an exceptional cost for our officers to train. They need to be trained on the skills that protect our community. And this is one of the tools that do it. We are very lucky to have one, but we need it upgraded. We need our residents to have some peace of mind and quality of life, and we're going to deliver it. Motion to approve it.
And I would add in, I have had complaints from residents in District 1 who have heard the shooting about, and I've heard it from my front yard, but from people living on Esplanade have complained about the noise from the shooting range.
Yeah, not surprising.
Okay, last chance. Any member of the public wish to address H9? Anyone online?
We have a hand raised, Nancy Skiva.
Go ahead, Nancy.
Good evening. They could build the shooting range somewhere in the basement or some part of the building of the new police station, which other cities have done, such as El Segundo, I think Torrance and other ones. And it can be totally soundproof behind glass and it wouldn't disturb the neighbors. Thank you.
So do you want to address that?
I certainly can. Our current level of funding for our replacement facility and renovation of the annex does not include funding for a gun range level within the two facilities. It's a very expensive endeavor to be incorporated into an indoor structure. We are very much hopeful to receive the federal grant funding to allow for this continuation of this off-site facility as a key and critical component of our public safety response in concert with a renovated annex and a new May station. So that's how we funded this. That's how we're pursuing this effort. I think the feedback we received from the federal government after last year's application was very sincere, and we were very much on the precipice of receiving funding. And this, we hope, this effort here, I should point out, just to make sure everybody understands, the not to exceed contract amount that's referenced in the staff report is an on-call total of $100,000. The specific task work order that we're assigning to advance our drawings for the gun range has an estimated value of $30,000 to $35,000. So just want to make that clear for the public's edification. It's not $100,000, it's $30,000 to $35,000. And if we're fortunate enough to get this grant, we will have spent $150,000 to achieve roughly $19 million in federal contribution. So that would be just a tremendous outcome for us. So we'll know this summer, and our fingers remain crossed.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry? Somebody say something? Okay. So with that, I will call the vote. All for H9?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously.
There's no one on Zoom and no e-comments. Thank you.
Thought I already asked that.
All for H7.
Okay.
H9.
Okay, let's go down to public participation on non-agenda items. That's item J on your agenda. This section is intended to provide members of the public with the opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on this agenda for action. This section is limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the mayor and city council, and each speaker will be permitted to speak only once. Written requests, which I have, will be considered first. So with that, Rick McQuillam and then Mike Shields. Rick here? Okay, Mike Shields.
Mike Shields the second, Your Honor. There's a
Oh,
Mike
it does say
Shields
that,
lives
sorry.
in North Redondo, not me. We both have a son named Scott. Very confusing when you go to GameStop. Anyway, good evening, Mayor and City Council. On my way here tonight, I was asked to change my password. Not by my phone, not by my laptop, not by any device I was carrying, but by the crosswalk button across the street. You press it, you wait, and every minute or so, the thing says, change password. I'm fairly certain it's not the city's job to manage my login credentials, so if someone in IT could look into that, I'd appreciate it. That said, I didn't come here to talk about crosswalk buttons. I'm sure you know why I'm here by now. I came to talk about opportunity, specifically the opportunity this city leaves on the table every day we go without a dedicated film commissioner. 2 Cultural Art Commission seats term out in October. I'd respectfully submit that this city cannot afford to wait that long. Rents here have reached a point where churches are running food programs, not just for the homeless, but for working people who can't make ends meet. We gave Lila earlier an award for her dedicated service to these people. I've lived here over 32 years, and I may have to be able to not stay here too much longer, and I'm not alone. We need revenue. The question is, where does it come from and how fast we move? Hollywood money is real, substantial, and available to cities that position themselves correctly. Productions are always looking for locations that photograph well and have cooperative local government. Redondo Beach has all of that. What it doesn't have is someone whose job it is to pick up the phone and say, come film here. In 32 years, I've seen maybe 2 or 3 full productions that come through this city. That's millions of dollars in missed revenue, missed hotel, restaurant crew, and permit revenue. I'm a member of the South Bay Filmmakers Group on Facebook. I hold a lifetime membership in the Academy of Magical Arts. That's the Magic Castle, in case you didn't get it already. With direct working relationships throughout the industry. I'm not proposing to show up and figure it out. I'm proposing to show up ready. I'm asking the council to make an immediate appointment to a compensated film commissioner role, not in October, now. With clear mandate to bring production business here. The infrastructure exists. What's missing is the point person. I'm ready to be that person. Thank you. I yield the balance of my time.
How much do you want the compensation to be?
$4K a month should be enough.
Just curious. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else wish to address the council on non-agenda items?
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City staff. I wanted to thank the mayor for recently vetoing the to remove the license of a smoke shop on North Redondo. I want to thank our 2 council members who supported that removal. That's a great thing for our city. It's a great thing for our youth. I give lectures all the time on vaping, on cannabis, and what it does to our youth. My background, I'm a bench immunologist, and I can tell you that we have an epidemic of vaping for our youth. Peer-reviewed data clearly shows it's about to become an epidemic for our adults as well. The other thing that continues to hold true is that smoke shops, their very presence, normalize the use of those products for our youth by simply being there. That's marketing 101. And the last thing I want to share, actually I won't share that now, but I just want to thank you for doing that. That's a great thing, and thanks for the support. And I appreciate all that you all do, everyone in this room, for our city and for our kids. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on non-agenda items? Anyone online?
There's no hands raised, and there's 1 e-comment for J1 and support.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we do have a public hearing tonight, so we will go through ex parte communications. This is related to item L1, which is on the parking preferential parking for residences along Gertruda Avenue. I have discussed this with several of the councilmen and with the city manager, and that's all I've talked to. Councilmember Waller.
I've discussed this with the city manager, Councilmember Barrett, and yourself, the mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Castle.
I've discussed this with the city manager, the mayor, Councilmember Barrett as well.
Obaji then. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was Obaji then.
Oh, sorry.
I've been Brown acting on a lot of things. Was it Obaji on the, no, I think it was Barrett that I talked to. Did we talk?
I would not say we spoke to the substance of the item.
Okay, then it was Councilmember Obaji that I must have spoken. I talked to somebody that was not Brown acted with Chad.
Right. Also with staff, and then over the last year, I would say I've received calls from residents and businesses along this block as members of District 2.
Councilmember Kalajevic.
I spoke to you, Mayor, City Manager, and that is it.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
To the mayor and staff.
Okay, and Councilmember Barrett.
Mayor, Councilmember Castle, and staff.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we will go now into L1, the public hearing related to the preferential parking along Gertruda Avenue. Could I get a motion to open the public hearing, please?
So moved.
Second.
All for?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, the public hearing is open and the floor is yours. I don't know who's going to speak to this, but whoever it is, you got the floor.
I think Ryan's going to kick it off. Yeah. Go ahead, Ryan. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Ryan Liu, City Traffic Engineer. This is a joint presentation between the Public Works and Community Development Department. It's a public hearing for the preferential parking zone at the 500 block of North Gertruda, the coastal development permit for this item. So just some general process on our PPZ, preferential parking zone, and some facts. These zones are governed by the municipal code. There's a whole process in which to bring forward a proposed preferential parking zone to the commission and the council. It requires 2/3 resident support, meets parking study findings that are outlined in our municipal code, such as parking occupancy, the number of non-residents parked on that block, and other factors. If it passes the municipal code findings, it will be brought to a public hearing at the Public Works, Safety, and Sustainability Commission, and then to City Council for approval if recommended by the commission. The way our PPZs work is that only residents are allowed to park during those stated hours with the parking permit on those affected streets. If you are not a resident and you don't live at that address, you are not allowed to park there during those stated hours. Some history about 500 North Gertruda. This was a petition that was submitted to the city in late 2022. A parking study was conducted in 2023, and it met those RBMC thresholds during the midday weekdays, where the parking was over 75% occupied, and a substantial number of those cars parked that were not registered to residential addresses on that block. At the August Public Works and Sustainability Commission, they approved the PPZ at a public hearing subject to Coastal Commission approval, and they recommended outreach to the area businesses. We'll talk about the land uses around the area as well. In December of 2023, the council approved the PPZ resolution subject to a coastal development permit, since this PPZ is within the California coastal zone. The proposed hours where only residents can park are Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And the coastal area within the city of Redondo Beach is any area west of PCH. I'd like to turn over to Stephen Jiang, who will talk about the existing parking regulations and the coastal development permit.
Here's a site plan of the existing parking conditions here. In the purple, you'll see the area in question. Currently allows 4-hour increments from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., 7 days a week. The proposed parking regulations still only apply to the purple area. The city's proposing a 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday to Friday parking permit only for residences in this area. Here are the existing surrounding uses for this site. So in the blue is the parking area. To the southwest, you'll see the residential areas. To the northwest are the commercial zones, and you'll see North Pacific Coast Highway. The coastal zone is everything west of North Pacific Coast Highway. The site itself is about 0.3 miles from the nearest waterfront property. With regarding the coastal development permit findings 2 and 3 can be satisfied, as finding 2 is not applicable to the project and finding 3 is addressed through compliance with SEQA requirements. However, finding 1 is less clear. While the project's limited in scale and a distance from the waterfront could support a finding in conformity, staff has identified concerns about setting a broader precedent for similar requests in the coastal zone. Staff also notes that the Coastal Commission has generally not supported projects of this type and has observed that during major waterfront events, visitors may park in the area and walk along Barrel Street to reach the shoreline. Here is the recommendation presented before you today. This concludes staff presentation, and we're available for any questions.
Can you go back to the overview of the street and the current uses?
Yeah, and I think
No,
Mark's
not
got
the zoning, the
one before that.
the as-built.
Mark's got a few more comments too, Mayor, and I might have a few as
okay.
well.
Yeah, thank you, Stephen and Ryan. So as Stephen outlined, finding 2 of our local coastal program is not applicable. It meets finding 3. It's really finding 1 is the one that's kind of a wobbler, and that's whether it complies with the city's local coastal program. On the one hand, it is some distance
So
from
for the audience, can you just say what 1, 2, and 3 are?
Yes, so criteria 1 is it complies, the coastal development permit complies with the city's local coastal program. 2 is that, you remind me between the first.
That the proposed development, if located between the sea and the shoreline and the first public.
So it's that one is ruled out because of its location, and 3 has to do with CEQA or the California Environmental Quality Act compliance, and in this case, that's not impacted by this preferred parking project. So regarding one, and that's with local coastal program compliance, it is some distance from the shoreline, so it's questionable as to whether coastal access is impacted. However, it's worth noting that the Coastal Commission generally does not allow preferred parking in the coastal zone. They did contact staff about this and express some concern about the coastal development permit, even though it's not appealable to the Coastal Commission. And there is some concern that could potentially set a precedent because this would be the first of this type of preferred parking that the city has issued in the coastal zone. So I do want to note that that's really for the council to consider whether that first finding can be made. We have included a resolution for approval should the council determine that it can make the finding and it supports the coastal development permit.
And I'd also like to add, Mayor, if I could, that there was some outreach to the business community. We have the Public Works Yard that is adjacent to this block of Gertruda. Many employees rely on street parking in order to access their vehicles for work throughout the day. We have businesses that abut this area. One in particular, there's a poke restaurant at the corner there, Pacific Coast Highway in Gertruda. They have limited parking in the interior of their space. A lot of their customers rely on the cul-de-sac there, if you will, for parking, along with some other businesses in the area. So this is a very active commercial space, and I think that's logically why some of our residents would like to see preferential parking here. But it's also what gives us some cause and of concern, and then also logically why we're hearing from the Coastal Commission on this. So we are very hesitant to recommend that we proceed with this PPZ as proposed due to sort of the general concerns that were raised by businesses and have been identified here by our planning staff. So not to not to necessarily prejudge your outcome, but this one, as noted, isn't an easy one to support from a finding standpoint.
Okay, thank you. Well done. So on this, it looks like the residential units that are south of Gertruda, they have access to the street behind it. Is that what that's showing?
No, are you referring to the residents on
The backside
Gertruda?
says no parking Friday 8 a.m.
Sorry, that's just the label for the existing street sweeping regulation.
So there's not a street back there?
No.
Okay, so that should be overlaid on Gertruda. Is that what you're?
That's correct. Yeah, there's just not enough space to show all the details.
Okay, I got it. I understand your chart now. I was curious how that road magically appeared.
It's a really marketable alley.
Did the businesses that are in this section get any say in this? Our process doesn't allow them to.
They were notified.
They were notified, and what did they comment to it?
Yeah. They were notified of this process, and a few of them did submit public comments during the initial public noticing for the coastal development permit waiver. The businesses actually, one of the business owners actually requested that this item be brought before the city council as laid out in the zoning code or the Redondo Beach Municipal Code.
So they opposed it?
Generally opposed, yeah, the businesses opposed it.
But in the earlier phases, they did not get a vote in the petition process.
I'm sorry?
They did not get a vote in the petition
Right,
process.
only residents get a vote.
Correct.
And the public works, our public works yard is just
west
of there.
Correct.
And I know I've gone over there for meetings, and it's tough to find parking just, even on the west end of that street, because a lot of it, I think, is no parking, and there's a lot of people already parked there for their jobs. So, this is a tough one for me. I'm going to rely on the councilman from that district. You should have the best insight into this, so I will go with whatever you desire on this.
I think my primary concern is first the coastal access. This block is in particular 0.3 miles from the waterfront. And if anyone was out at the waterfront over the last weekend, we're only in March and all of the parking at the marina lots were full. All the parking in the parking structure was full. And when we have events like the Chamber of Commerce Super Bowl 10K, we have Beach Life coming up. We've had other events like the In-N-Out Car Show, where a lot of the parking at the waterfront is taken. All of the spillover traffic goes up into the neighborhood. And if you look at the blocks most of the other blocks are fully residential. This block is a little bit unique in that it is roughly, if you go back to that previous slide, yes. If you look at the residential area, it's probably only a quarter to a third of the square footage of the front of the properties is actually residential versus the commercial. So when it came to a vote of seeing who was supportive of permitted parking, it was only the residential tenants of the block who were able to vote on it, and all of the pink property owners were not able to weigh in on that. And just speaking with the business owners, the employees at the Public Works Yard, most of them park on the street over there. So when we did the survey to see at noon when who was parking on the block, most of the tenants or most of the cars on the block are not indeed residents of that block because they're mostly employees of the surrounding businesses as well as customers to the businesses. So I think for that reason and just demand for coastal parking, and then on a weekend, this block would probably be the most available for additional parking at the waterfront. I don't think it works for this block.
Okay, thank you. So you'd vote against both of these?
Yes, I think to pervert
the CDP and the CEQA.
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Waller.
Thank you, Mayor. I've actually parked on that street. I've got a friend who used to have a BMW, and there was a BMW mechanic there that I think might be the Land Rover now, or they changed to something, or Eurosport. But when I would drop him off or pick him up, I would have to park on the street there because there is no other parking. So it is literally required parking. It would impact those businesses severely. So I have a hard time supporting a parking permit for, like Councilmember Chadwick said, 25% of the block, so to speak, being the residential. Those businesses likely have been there longer than those residences for the most part. Parking's always been tight. Parking is tight everywhere. I believe there is parking. I don't know how much per unit, but there is parking for those residences as well. So it's not that their only choice is to park on the street. If it was different, this was Boston where there was zero parking, then yeah, considerations might be different. But even when I lived in Boston, it was, hey, if I parked on my block, I was lucky. I'm parked around the block somewhere, usually in the winter. If I heard very strong support from Councilmember Castle, I might change my mind, but without his support, I'm good with not supporting either of these.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for the city manager, if I may.
Absolutely.
Does the city council have the option, Mr. City Manager, of rescinding the December 2023 resolution that spoke to a preferred parking zone in the first instance?
I don't think you would. Do you have the option? Yes, you could come back with a specific item to in effect nullify that reso. But I believe the way the reso was written, it was subject to the implementation approval of a CDP. And by your action tonight, effectively, you would complete that process. And if you were to vote no on the CDP, I believe that's the end of it. Could the resolution be specifically brought back for reconsideration? It could.
But it could not be rescinded tonight?
Not by tonight's action. Your actions tonight are limited to the CDP itself.
And the CDP has 3 findings, so we would have to find that one of the 3 is not met?
For you to approve the CDP tonight, I mean, I think we've determined that one of the 3 of them is in effect immaterial because it doesn't apply in this case because it actually deals with shoreline construction effectively, so not applicable. The second finding is a CEQA finding, which is met in this case because we're not dealing with actual construction. We're dealing with the installation of parking signage. And then really the first finding is your preeminent finding, which is, does this program in effect, or this PPZ, comport to our local coastal program? And that's where we're struggling to recommend that it does.
And if the city council found that, determined that any one of those three findings was not met, then this would not go forward.
Correct. The CDP at that point would not be sufficiently supported.
And do you believe the council has the discretion, based on the facts presented, to determine that finding one has not been met?
Do you have the discretion to make that determination collectively as a group? Yes. Would I recommend that you make that determination? No.
Okay.
What?
That was for number one.
For number one, as it pertains to number one.
As it pertains to number one, which is the finding that the proposed development is in conformity with the City of Redondo Beach Certified Local Coastal Program.
The council has the discretion to make that choice. Our best professional recommendation, based on our assessment of what that finding would entail, is that we cannot support it.
We cannot support finding number one.
That's our best professional recommendation.
All right, well, I'll make a motion then to determine that finding one has not been met, and therefore the resolution shall not be adopted. Is that the proper motion to effectuate that?
Yes.
Actually, the previous council motion in the section 5 says that this resolution and all provisions contained therein shall become null and void if the City of Redondo Beach does not obtain an approved coastal development permit from the California Coastal Commission. So that's the trigger in which, if the coastal development permit is not obtained, then that whole resolution that was previously adopted in 2023 is null and void.
Immaterial.
Okay.
So that's the prior resolution, but for the resolution that's been prepared for the coastal development permit, the city council would deny it due to the inability to make finding number one.
Okay, so motion to deny it based on an inability to make finding number one would be the proper motion?
Yes.
If so determined by the council? Yes, okay, I'll make that motion.
Okay, I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion, a second before we vote. We'll take public comment.
Testimony now.
It's a hearing.
Okay, and I do have cards on this. I can't read the handwriting. It looks like Jesse Bueller or Byler. Bella. And then Brad Horn.
Mayor, City Council, thanks for taking the time to listen to us today. I am one of the business owners that owns Beach Cities Rover. In the purple section, I see that we're marked in the residential zone right there. Many of the residents, we actually have very good neighbors, but the parking, as everyone kind of notated, is hit the nail on the head. Most of it is used for city, the pokey, and any overflow from our business. I am a Redondo Beach local, graduate, homeowner, kids go to school here, and 2 businesses here in the city. So I do respect and understand that parking is difficult around here, and know that the neighborhoods. I've been here so long, 42 years now, that I knew before all those homes were built. I feel though that respectfully, I understand the neighbors' concerns. As stated, there's plenty of places to park. These neighbors' homes have been built here after these businesses were, our particular business was built in 1974 on the property. So we have 3 business owners there that share that lot. We do our best to be respectful of the neighbors. It does not always work out to certain individuals that we may hear from later. But I just wanted to share that essentially we've been here, there's been plenty of parking. The neighbors do know what they bought into, because these buildings have been long new since our building has been here. So it's not a surprise, like all of a sudden a big commercial building was built here and all this parking was lost. As well as, sorry, I'm forgetting the last thing I wanted to state was pretty much that the final thing was, again, respectfulness of our neighbors. Majority is the city workers and the Pokey restaurant is what we see. But again, losing that commercial space, as I've seen through the city, unfortunately, over the years, going up and down Torrance Boulevard and all the way to Prospect, empty commercial building after empty commercial building after empty commercial building. It's so sad to see people can't survive in this area any longer. A lot of people my age who grew up here can't afford to live here. I'm very fortunate to have a business here. And I respect everything you guys have done and taking the time to listen to me, but it is not an issue of parking. These folks who are about to speak have garages that use them for storage. People speaking today use the street parking as their parking, though they have their own garages and parking to park. And so it is only fair to me and the other business owners and the city workers that we have a place to park and operate our business. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Brad Horn, and then Ricardo de la Espiela, I think I said.
The map. Is that okay? The map?
Hey, excuse me.
Hello, my name's Brad Horn. I live at 515 North Getruda. First off, everybody uses their garage. These garages were built a while ago. We all put our cars in there. Cars are bigger. They don't fit 2 cars anymore. Every individual has a car in their garage. That is a false statement. Number 2, and I'm just going to correct some of the things that you were saying about the parking west of us on the weekends. It's a ghost land. Nobody parks there for the beach. Everybody starts parking west of Catalina down towards Redondo Street. It's a ghost town on our street on the weekends. During the week, their parking lots, just Pokey parking lot, is empty. Everybody just parks on our street. Their parking lot at the Range Rover areas, you look in there during the day, they have 8 or 10 spots available. They move all their cars out so they can access them, park them on our street. That is not fair. I get parking is tough, but their address is on PCH. When they bought it, they knew they were on PCH. It is tough. Just because they have a gate that slides open and back, I get that sometimes we have to share. Things do happen, but they will bring their cars out, take up 3 spots with 2 cars to hold a spot for later. It is just awful. What else do I want to say? Sorry, I know my time is, do you know how much time I have left? So if you see west where the city workers work, there is no trouble for them to park down there. Even they could park down there if they want to. My wife will take the kid to school. She will pull out of the parking spot. She comes back, they filled it up with a spot. So they will just move cars, take the spot. She doesn't want to leave sometimes because there will be no parking because the businesses come in and take the spots immediately. That's why we need permit parking. And this was a suggestion from the council before doing it 8 to 6, because we weren't really sure what times, weekends, no weekends. They kind of suggested, no, we've seen your parking there. 8 to 6 is great. You can have your parking. You don't have to worry. You pay the taxes for that street, not the businesses. They pay on PCH. We pay on Gertruda, and we should have access to that first. And I think that's about it. I hope you guys change your minds and support what we're going for. Yes, sir.
Question. Yeah, if you use your garages, why is your spouse parking on the street? And why do you need, and for what purpose do you need street parking?
Because we have kids and we have SUVs, and when this place was built in '89, they just don't fit 2 cars anymore. One of our neighbors has a truck, a pickup truck. He's in construction. It just doesn't fit, so he has to park on the street. His wife will park in the garage because she has a car that can fit. You just can't do it anymore. You know, I would wish I had a huge garage. I would love my car, my catalytic converter was stolen, my old Highlander. I'd love to park in the garage, both cars, but that's just a fact.
Okay.
I totally get it.
Yeah.
We don't open our doors in the garage except for the drivers.
Yeah, so every garage is full with a car.
I'm going to cut that off. Thanks. Any other questions?
Not for him.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Hope you guys support, please. Thank you.
Ricardo de la Espiela.
I have a question for the city manager after.
Hi, good evening, City Council, managers, Mayor. My name is Ricardo de la Espriella, and according to the administrative report dated August 28, 23, there are 6 businesses that surround the 500 block of North Gertruda, and there are 28 residents in the 500 block of North Gertruda. Yet those businesses that do not even have an address on the 500 block of North Gertruda use 60% or more of that parking during the day. The auto repair businesses that have the address of 529 North PCH use the North Gertruda Street to conduct most of their business, such as employee parking, parts deliveries, customer service, waste oil and coolant pickups, drop-off and pickup of vehicles, tow truck delivery of vehicles, including after hours and weekends. As recent as Sunday, March 15, at 10 o'clock at night, there's a tow truck dropping off a Land Rover in front of the car. As I don't know if you guys know, in order for these tow trucks to drop them, the engine has to accelerate, flashes, lights are flashing, and it's extremely noisy. 10 o'clock, that's not consideration. My understanding is that one cannot get an industrial business license on a residential street or zone. The 500 block of North Gertruda is an R3A high-density residential, at least that area, okay? That is why the business license were issued to the premise to conduct business out of Pacific Coast Highway, not North Gertruda, which is a residential. Because I'm sure that if I come into the city to open a repair shop on any of you guys' front of the street, I will be denied. Because residential and industrial are two different zones, and there's reasons for that. And what else do I have to say here? Oh, I got a bit of time. Anyway, I just want to make sure that you guys consider this. This is a nuisance to us. We're all one great neighbors. I hope that they succeed on their businesses, but please also consider us, especially when you direct your customers to drop their vehicles at night with a tow truck. You can always educate your customers. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you. Phil Mattia?
Hi, Mayor and council members. Thank you for your time. I'm one of the residents on North Gertruda Avenue, and I just wanted to add a few more points to the points that were made. I really respect local businesses, and I want to continue to grow and make it possible to have more and more of them in Redondo Beach, not less. So I think it's really important, and we think about the ecosystem of the residents and the businesses, and we're all neighbors, and so it's not without considering their needs. I think that when I think about the different purposes that we see people using North Gertruda for, we see customer parking and we see business parking, and I think event parking was another thing that you were mentioning, especially spillover during big events that we have. I think we've never seen the street get filled up with people parking for event parking because there's also a lot of other options that people have around. Now, of course, I don't have any concerns with people needing to spill over, and usually there's a lot of options, so like it's not going to fill up the whole street generally. That's been my experience. And often it's at night. It's outside of the hours, in other words, so like they would still be able to do that. I think that for business parking, you see customers might need to use these spots if they're, let's say, coming to pick up their, to drop off their car and there's not a spot in the mechanic lot, then they might park on the street. That's usually not, they're not going to leave it there all day. So they will probably sort of come and then they go again. I think what a lot of the residents have been concerned with primarily is non-customer business parking, where you'll see that, the whole area will be these overflow kind of cars out of the mechanic, where then it becomes impossible to, especially during that sort of time in the day, it becomes impossible to, for us to be able to park our other car. Again, we have one car in our garage that fits, and then the other one can't really fit like a lot of our other residents, so the second car kind of becomes impossible to park it. So I don't know if maybe for the yard, if they need to use those spots. I haven't seen them parking a lot of cars, but if they do need to use spots, maybe they could find spots inside of the yard. Not really sure, but yeah, again, it's not really customer parking that's an issue. It's not really event parking that it's an issue. It's more of these kind of like taking up with sort of overflow from the business for business parking. So hope that adds some additional context. I hope you reconsider, but understand that you need to take all into account. So thank you for your time.
May I ask you a question real quick?
Yeah.
Do you have a driveway?
No. Well, yes, so it's a common driveway to get into the area where the parking is.
Thank you. Sorry, are those Redondo Beach City trucks that are parking on the street?
I haven't seen that the Redondo City are taking up a lot of spots. Now, it may be further down where there's occasional cars, but it's more like, like these Land Rovers, Mercedes, blah, 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 and you'll see like, it's like Mercedes like that during the day.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Carl Henkel, and that's the last card I have.
Good evening. I'm Carl Henkel. I live at 509 Gertruda, right across from the Pokey, basically. I've been a resident for 16 years at that location, 10 years at another, so 26, and I grew up in Hollywood Riviera. So I guess I'd try to give a little bit of context of what's happening for us as the residents. So we have sort of 4 sources of cars that come and stay all day. I think you start with the people that work at the maintenance yard. A lot of them stay to the north side, but we do have 1 or 2 per day that come and stay all day down in the residential section. That happens, I think, every day. I think they would agree that's every day. The mechanics businesses, although Jesse said it wasn't a problem, it's a problem. And I like these guys. I like you, Chris. I like you, Jesse. But they leave their cars, their customers' cars out along the street all day, all week, and they take all the spots. And then their employees come and work all day, and they take the rest of the spots. So the mechanics are really using a large percentage of the spaces we have on the street. Add to that then the Pokey, which the customers come and go. The customer's not really the big deal, but they do have a lot of employees who then also park there during the day. So that really leaves us with very little parking for the residents. It's really taken up by those different businesses and the maintenance yard as well. As far as I was thinking, I don't know, what would be the harm in asking the Coastal Commission if we qualify for number 1, or why do you guys have to make that decision? Why can't we ask them, hey, do we qualify, and get an answer from them? Well, I don't know why we have to make this decision here, if you support it, of course, helping us with this problem, because this is a problem for us as residents. So I'm here to, in support of the preferential parking, obviously, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions?
Yeah, sure, I do. Mayor. What if the permit was to allow residential parking only during weekday hours or weekdays?
That's what it is.
Oh, is it? I thought it was 7 days a week.
Weekdays.
Yeah, that's what we're asking for. And also, it really is no issue during the weekend. And for events, the permit's not for that. So it would be okay for the 10K. The permit doesn't have anything to do with that. So not an issue for the weekends, and we're just asking for the weekdays. I mean, I don't know, maybe there's another solution that you guys can figure out. This is what we figured out 3 years ago, and we don't know what the answer is, but we definitely are impacted every day. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. So the question was, why are we making this decision? And we wrote a coastal development program, an LCP that was approved by the Coastal Commission, and we're charged with administering it. There is an appealable area, but this is not in the area that's appealable to the Coastal Commission. So we are the ones to adjudicate whether this complies with the LCP or not. I think you said we already got an opinion out of the Coastal Commission.
Yeah, we discussed this with the Coastal Commission staff, not the commission themselves, because we didn't present it to them, but the Coastal Commission staff were not supportive of the PPZ.
But this wouldn't go to them anyway, because we're charged with administering it. I mean, they could bring action against us and say we're not complying with our LCP. but-
That's potentially the risk for us if we were to do something that they in turn then viewed as not
We're not
following
doing
our
our
own
duty.
LCP. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the answer. We're administering our own local coastal program. And that's what the local coastal program allows us to do. In cities that don't have it, all these decisions have to go all the way to coastal commission, and that can take 18 months or longer to get an opinion out of them because they've got a lot on their docket. So with that, anyone else wish to address this item?
No one on Zoom. Oh,
We still
got a little ahead of myself.
I'm sorry, this might be a little, Wayne Craig, resident of District 1. I'm not sure this is a possible solution, but it seems like we got a combination of issues with customers, we got employees, and we got residents all kind of fighting over limited parking spaces, which this location has been set up that way for, what, 60, 70 years probably, so it's just something that's a remnant of the planning from back then. But here's an idea. A lot of the employees that they mentioned that are taking up the street parking, I happen to know that shopping center, Whole Foods, there's one or two subterranean structure parking levels over there that are hardly ever used. Maybe work a deal to have some of the employees park over there. That way you take away the street parking that they're using, free up some space. I don't know how many spots it might be, but if you've ever been in there, no one ever knows that there's 2 or 3 level subterranean parking in that structure, which could be used. Anyway, just thinking about it, maybe they could work a deal with the business owners there to maybe unpark their cars or maybe give them a coupon to get something off at Whole Foods and get them to do shopping at the same time. Just an idea.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address this item? Anyone online?
Yes, we have Nancy Skiva.
Go ahead, Nancy. Nancy?
Oh, hi there. Yeah, I was just going to mention that in agreement that folks, a lot of times they tend to take up the street parking when they actually have a whole lot of cars in their family or in their apartment. And that happens up here in North Redondo as well, and it's really frustrating, I know. I sure hope they can find some way to alleviate this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
No one on Zoom and no e-comments.
Okay. When you showed the zoning map, it looks like some of these, the whole area is zoned commercial, but we've got some, residential R3, but some are commercial. Are they
C2? No, it's
existing? Can you show up the
If we
zoning
could,
map?
there it is. Yeah.
So I thought you showed some commercial on the R3 side. Like that, especially the
There's
R3.
residential in the commercial side.
Yes, there is in the corner of the bottom here, that yellow rectangle is a commercial use within an R3 zone.
Yeah, and there are a couple residents, I think residential homes in that C-2A zone as well.
So were those pre-existing uses before the zoning was changed? So they're non-conforming but allowed, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And do these businesses have any CUPs that would require them to keep parking on their site, or?
I believe when
pre-CUP.
when the auto shops, their CUP is from a very long time ago. I think it's from a very long time ago.
So we don't know if there's a CUP or anything that conditions are parking.
Yeah, that's something that we'd have to research and get back to you on.
Okay. Jesse Bueller, I think it was. Could you come down for a second? So some of your neighbors have said some stuff about your parking habits. Do you have any rebuttal to that? I mean, are you moving cars into the street?
We do, like they said, we do need to occasionally shuffle cars around. We are respectful of the neighbors. We try and park from our lot. If you go back to our zone where on the map, I apologize. We also in front of our business where it's marked purple for residential. And I don't know, maybe for clarification, you guys can tell me. But so if we were to move forward with permits, does that mean, for example, the 3 or 4 parking spots we have in front of our building that is also used by the residents, we would receive parking? Or no, because we're registered, even though, because ours is a very unique lot. It's a drive-through lot that's not only North Gertruda facing, but also PCH facing.
Right.
And so, which also, not all, but many of the residents use to cut through to save time to not walk around the whole block. So there's give and takes on a lot of parts. And
Yeah, I didn't want to get into that. I just want to know, is what they say true? Are your employees parking on that street? And are you
Our
moving
employees
cars?
do, our employees, yes, sir. Our employees do need parking and they do park, and we try to have our employees park as close as we can to the city, but unfortunately the city workers get there prior to us. I think they're there about approximately 6 a.m. and it's about full by the time we get there at about 7:15.
Yeah, and is there a way you can get when the tow trucks are dropping off?
Yes, so
that they
we
can
do
turn
try
off
and
their lights
advise both sides. So there is tow truck drop off in the front of our building, which you can see there is outside the fence, there is 4 outside parking spaces that we do have tow trucks. But it is true that if someone is not directed, a tow truck not knowing where they're going first time there will pull in the back. That is an accurate statement. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any other? Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. No, it's not free speak. Sorry.
Just wanted to add something.
No, you can't. Sorry. Unless someone wants to call them up.
No.
Okay. Let's see, we have a motion on the floor, so I think we have to vote on it before we close the hearing. Oh, Councilmember Obaji.
All right. I appreciate everybody's testimony here. And I think that actually everybody was testifying pretty honestly, and I appreciate that as well. I think I view this slightly differently than what's been articulated by my fellow council members insofar as I think that the commercial uses are preventing the access, the coastal access by hogging up a lot of the parking spots. And when the repair shop admits to parking both its repaired cars being repaired as well as its employees on this street, I can see why the residents have no parking there. I do wonder if there's a solution short of this preferential parking zone for the area, such as, for example, a commercial parking prohibition or anything of the sort. Is there anything short of a PPZ that we could do to ward off commercial parking from this area and keep it for not just residential, but actually just coastal access for that matter?
We could build a new corporation yard with on-site parking and free up one whole half
that
a
would be a
block.
solution.
Right.
We have very limited space in our public works yard, as a lot of people know. But I think it would be extremely challenging to differentiate the purpose of each car parked. You know, any member of the public can park in accordance to the posted regulations. So that includes employees of the surrounding area. You know, a city hall employee could park there if they wish.
And I do want to emphasize, when we talk about employees, we're talking about our own employees in this instance as well. This isn't just Pokey and the repair shop. This is predominantly City of Redondo Beach employees that are using Gertruda.
I totally understand that.
Can you bring back the image you had? So this is, I think this is what confused Councilmember Obaji. It says 4-hour, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., 7 days a week.
Right.
Where I thought the verbiage said only during the weekdays. So which?
That's so the 4-hour limit, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., 7 days a week is the existing parking regulation on that block. So I believe that was put in
But
place.
what you recommend, I mean, the action here would be for the preferential parking just during the weekdays.
That's correct.
I think that's what confused me.
It would remove that 4-hour limit and replace it with the permit.
Are there parking spots on Catalina, on the east side of Catalina at Gertruda?
No.
No.
No, there's no parking there?
No.
Where the mural is?
No.
Okay.
It's a through lane. There is parking, as you know, west of Gertruda, across Catalina.
And there's no parking on PCH in front of those businesses either?
A very limited number of spaces.
Okay.
But that street does have 4-hour limit parking.
On Gertruda? Yes, that's the existing regulation.
So if it was enforced, residents would not be able to leave their car in there all day.
That's actually a sentiment we heard at a previous meeting, is that if the existing 4-hour limits were enforced, that would affect the residents as well.
Which is what they would not want, I would think.
Has someone not spoken that wants to speak?
No, that's not accurate. It's just a small section that is.
Come on down and answer the question. I'll allow it in this case. Come to the mic, though.
Come down.
You have to come to the mic.
I'm sorry, that's not accurate. It's only close to the cul-de-sac that there's the 4-hour limit, right in front of 515, 516, right next to all the residential area right in front of them. It is not it's limited to 72 hours, but there's a small section as the cul-de-sac goes, it's 4 hour. There's a lot of signs there for parking. So just to clarify that.
Thank you. Okay, and so there's a vote on the floor, so I'm gonna take the vote on the motion, and then we'll close the public hearing. So, no, we're gonna close it afterwards, because we have a motion on the floor. You can't vote on another motion till we clear this one. And it's okay to close the public hearing after we vote. So with that, I'd like to call the vote. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? I'm sorry?
No.
So that's a 4-1. Okay, now can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
All for?
Second.
Oh, I'm sorry. We got a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you.
Motion for an 8-minute break, returning at 8:10.
We have a second?
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second for an 8-minute break, so that means
After she reads.
Yeah.
all for?
Aye.
And she has to read.
Go ahead.
Adopt by title only resolution number CC-260.
Down.
This signing shouldn't count towards our
significantly increased, but it's historically they've been under cost.
Roll call.
Councilmember Waller,
Present.
Councilmember Castle,
Here.
Councilmember Kalajetovic. Here. Councilmember Abaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barron,
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, on to N1, discussion and possible action on the draft user fee study.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and members of the City Council. Tonight, I'm joined by Eric Johnson from Revenue and Cost Specialists. We've been working with them for a little over a year on this fee study that we're presenting to you tonight. I also have our planning manager, Sean Scully, who's sitting here. There was no room for him up at this bench. And I have our building official, Lorena Souls, and I want to thank them because they've put a lot of work into this and have worked closely with Eric over the past year. So tonight is just a discussion item. We're not bringing forward a resolution to adopt new fees. We want to discuss the results of the study and what some of the recommendations were. And then we'll get into some specifics if you have any questions about that.
So we would adopt any changes during the budget, master user fees and stuff
Yeah,
like that?
tonight's really seeking just general reaction to the study, kind of analysis, any questions, and then any direction associated with changes would then migrate through our normal fee schedule process, which is part and parcel of the 26-27 budget adoption, where we do a notice public hearing of proposed changes to the master fee schedule. That usually is conducted in June. You might recall that's a standalone action that runs parallel to the budget.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay, so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Eric Johnson to give the presentation, high-level overview of the study that he did, and then I will have some closing slides on it. So go ahead, Eric.
Great. Thank you, Mark. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Eric Johnson from Revenue and Cost Specialist. It's good to be with you tonight to present this cost of services study for community development. Before we dive into the study, just want to give a little overview on RCS and myself. RCS was founded in 1980 in the wake of Proposition 13 and Proposition 4. So we've been doing this for quite a while. I myself have been doing this since 1990, so 36 years. I've worked with almost 150 different agencies over those 36 years, and it's good to be with you here tonight.
Coincidentally, I've worked with Eric twice before, too. So I have some experience with him.
All right, so what is a cost study? Why are we here? Well, what we've really done is recast the city budget with a business orientation. We did this because the voters told us to. In 1978, they passed Proposition 13, which, as we all know, limited property taxes. But a year later, they passed Proposition 4, which said that fees that do not exceed the cost reasonably borne in providing that service are not considered taxes. They wanted government to act more like a business and know its cost. But while governmental accounting does a great job of identifying the cost and revenues for funds, departments, divisions, accounts, it was never designed to identify what it costs to provide services to your customers. So that's what we have done here, identified services to your customers. So we had to create that information because it doesn't exist. So that's where we have to go through and talk with staff and identify those times, those costs, and we'll go through that in a moment. So there is no city council service through here. There is no city manager service. It's like when you go to the store and you buy a can of corn. You know when you buy that can of corn that includes the grower, the shipper, the grocery store, the distributor, the clerk in front of you. You know that. All those costs are bundled in for the end cost for the customer. So we've done that same thing here. That's why there's no city manager service, no city council service. There's just the services that are provided to the public that are fully loaded like you would do with the business. Because you won't stay in business very long if you don't know what your costs are to provide services to your customers. We also match those costs up with revenues because, again, you won't stay in business very long if you aren't able to match revenues with your costs. So this was a thorough process. We definitely wanted to update the current fees, but we also added, removed, designed both for planning and for building. We want to make sure they're legally defensible. They do not exceed the cost reasonably borne of providing that service. And we also looked at the revenues, especially on the building side, to identify what are the revenues on a larger scale that are being collected. Again, we did this because the voters told us to. As I mentioned, they passed Proposition 4 in 1979, which defined service fees as limited to the full cost of providing that service. Rents and fines are exempted from cost recovery limitations, so you can charge different amounts over and above those costs. Then in 1996, the voters passed Proposition 218, which among other things placed limits on the creation and update of property-related fees. And then in 2010, they passed Proposition 26, which codified a lot of the existing fee practices as Article 13C of the state constitution, but importantly identified that fees must be for a service directly benefiting the fee payer. So that person paying the fee is the person that's supposed to receive the service. So how do we go about doing this? So our first step was sitting down with staff and identifying what are the services that are being provided today and how should they be structured. So there was a large restructuring of those fee schedules to reflect the services how they're being provided today, both on the planning side and on the building side. So we worked with them through that, identifying those services. Then we wanted to identify how much time is being spent for these various different services. So in the planning side, as you know, there are a lot of steps involved in a planning application. So we broke out the steps involved, taking in the application, reviewing it with the applicant, preparing a planning commission staff report, all the various different steps to get an application from start to finish. We then looked at how many of these they're doing so that we could identify how much time is being spent in total. Our goal as part of this process is to identify 100% of staff cost. They're either spending time on overhead administrative services that will apply back to the department, or they're spending time on services to the public, which is either charged a fee, or in the case of advanced planning or counter services, are not charged a fee. So what we'll eventually, as we talk here, call tax-supported services. So to the extent that we came back and we said, okay, we've allocated out more than 100% of someone's time, we know we got a problem. We want to make sure that what we're coming up with makes sense and fits in with the time they have available. If they have only 50% of the time allocated, we want to make sure, does that make sense? Does it make sense that that planner is spending 50% of their time on these applications? Sometimes it's yes. Then what else are they doing? Well, they're working on advanced planning, they're working at the counter, they're working on email support. So it's looking at everything that everybody's doing, not just those things that are either being charged a fee or could be charged a fee. We then developed a fully allocated hourly rate for every position. So we looked at the actual salaries that employees were making. We looked at the fringe benefits that they were making. We applied that general operating expenses from the city budget. We looked at citywide overhead from the city cost allocation plan. And then we also calculated a departmental overhead as part of our conversations with staff for the clerical and administrative support being provided within the department. All those added up together gives us our billing rate for every position, a fully allocated hourly rate. We match that up with that time detail. Now we know what all the various different services cost. We then went back to the department, to each division, said, here are the costs, here's the current fee, here are the updated costs, here's what a proposed fee would look like, and made sure that what we were coming up with not only made sense, that the cost made sense, but that we come up with a fee schedule that, if adopted, is something that would work on an everyday basis at the counter. So we also talked about community-supported versus personal choice services. Community-supported services, or what I call tax-supported services, typically benefits the community as a whole. Things like police and fire and streets and parks. For community development, also the advanced planning function. Then there's personal choice services, what I call fee services. The customer is identifiable, the service is measurable. Importantly, it benefits an individual or group and not the larger community. You can still decide to subsidize these services based on whatever reasons you feel are appropriate. So obviously, the planning and building services that we're presenting here tonight, what we consider personal choice or fee services. So another way to look at this, I'm kind of a picture person, is you look at these circles there and we look at the big yellow circle in the upper right. Taxes are there to support the circle below it, community supported services. Fees and charges, the blue circle, are there to support personal choice services. But to the extent that the fees do not cover the cost of providing that service is being provided, the costs are occurring. Question is, where's that funding coming from? Well, the only place it can come from, which is taxes. So for each of these community supported services, there are about $1.2 million in subsidies from taxes to support current fee services that are currently being provided today. Because again, the costs are occurring, question now is who's going to pay for these services, the person receiving the service or the taxpayer? And if the taxpayer is going to pay for it, there's less money for community supported services such as police and fire and streets and parks. So the report, if I walk you through just how the report is structured, there's a number of pages of text in the beginning, basically walking through a lot of what I've just said, self-explanatory text. Then there's a summary schedule after that, where for each service we've identified what are the total costs, what are the total revenues based on the current fees, and therefore what's either the subsidy, or in some cases, the current fee is higher than the cost, and you need to lower that fee, in that there's an overage that needs to be lower. So whatever you decide to do on the fees that we're asking to increase, the fees that we're asking to decrease, you have to lower those because now we've shown that the cost exceed, the fees exceed the cost reasonably borne. So on each of these, there's an S number. So in this first one here, we have S001, minor admin design review. The total annual revenues that the fee is currently bringing in is about $98,000. The current cost on an annual basis for all the applications that are minor admin design reviews over the course of the year, $132,000, therefore a subsidy of $34,000 currently. Then if you go to Appendix A, where we have those same S numbers, and here we see S001, that minor admin design review, where you can see the current fees and the proposed fees side by side. And then for each of these, in Appendix B, which forms the bulk of the report, for each service, each S number, there'll be these two matching pages with the description of the service, what the current fee is, what the proposed fee is, how much it's currently being subsidized. And then on the right-hand page, who's involved in providing that service? How much time is being spent? How many of these are you doing a year? And what's that fully allocated cost, both on a per unit basis and total or annual basis?
If I can ask a question on that, how do you get the unit time? I did this as a federal contractor, and our timesheets had to back up what we used as our unit cost, our unit allocation for time. My understanding is our timesheets aren't that granular to figure that out.
Right, and they never will be, nor frankly should they be, because I've come across cities where they do try and track it at the project level. And one city I went to says, well, you can't use that information because that person's new. And you can't use that information because we know that person's slow. And so that's why we sit down with staff and we go through how much time is being spent. And we spent many hours with staff, and really want to thank them for that because they spent a lot of time with me going through how much time is being spent on this application. You take in the application, who's doing that? Okay, that's 10 minutes of this person. Then it gets routed to the project planner. Then they do their initial review. How much time is being spent on that step? Okay, that's an hour for this type of application, and then it goes to, and so we did that step by step for each of these applications to determine how much time is being spent. And then again, we put it into the kind of the software. How many of these are you doing? We add that up and we look at that total time as a kind of a check factor to be able to see, okay, we've allocated out 75% of this person doing these things. Are we in the right ballpark? Does that make sense?
I think you want to say something, Mark.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to confirm what Eric was stating. It is a really meticulous process of going through all the steps. I do feel that these estimates are on the conservative end. I went through and kind of reality checked it multiple times. We've made adjustments. So I do believe that the numbers are conservative in terms of the time it takes at each one of these steps. These are averages that will vary depending on the application. But I just wanted to.
And we are looking for what's typical. So I always tell staff, ignore the ones that are perfect and ignore the ones that you really remember because they went off the rails. We're looking for that big middle part of the bell curve when we're looking at how much time is being spent on applications.
There was a side benefit to this process also because it got us to look at our own internal processes, and we actually made some adjustments to those that have helped improve the efficiency in planning. So while it was a bit of a grind to go through every step, there were some additional benefits in addition to this fee study.
And when I did that would be called, what you're doing is called TLAR. That looks about right, where time cards provide firm evidence and you can average across multiple workers and multiple projects.
Right.
To derive a realistic and supportable number.
Right. Yeah.
So this is just guesstimates by directors.
Well, I think it's more than that. I would say this is survey, interviews of individual staff to determine average time spent.
Yeah, but it's what they're willing to report to you, not what's recorded in
Well, but part of it also is I've been doing this for a long time. So every city's services are different, but different steps take typical amounts of time. So if I'm hearing, gosh, we're spending 2 hours on the initial review for a minor admin design review, go, really? Why? And so sometimes when you get asked that why question, it's like, oh, yeah, really? Yeah, it's not. Or sometimes when I ask that why question, it's because we have to do this, and this, which I wasn't aware of for this city. And so it's those types of why questions based on my experience that we try and.
And when it's an outsourced service, you just apply what we pay the.
To the extent that it's typically for every one of these, it's going to be outsourced, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And then for building safety, of course, this building safety is a lot different in how the services they provide and how they're charged for. We're transitioning from a valuation-based new construction fee permit system to a square footage-based and type of construction. Trying to be a little more fair. It's something that either one is legal and either one's fine as long as you cost it out. But we're finding that, frankly, more affluent communities where the cost of building is higher, but not necessarily because that takes more inspection time. So think of, marble countertops that are a lot more expensive, but it doesn't take any more time to inspect. So that can drive the cost of valuation up while not necessarily driving up the time you spend plan checking or inspecting. So we transitioned to more of a square footage system that shouldn't have that issue, trying to, again, make it more fair.
Yeah, and I think the other issue with valuation is it's subjective, and the applicants will give you a value that will affect the building permit fee. This is more of a standardized way of applying it, and it's actually more of the norm in most cities. I think in the staff report, we noted that Hermosa and Manhattan are using the square footage system. So it's actually common, and there's a ICC table that was attached. That's the International Code Council that provides standards for it.
So that's the report. Our goal was, again, to provide the full cost for the various services being provided to your customers. We've worked with city staff to make fee recommendations for every service that, again, we feel if you were to adopt, would work at the counter on an everyday basis. But it's up to the city council to decide which services should be charged the full cost and which services should be subsidized with tax dollars. So I'll turn it back to Mark.
Yeah, thank you, Eric. And I just wanted to wrap this up by touching on a few particulars about the fee study. There were a few planning fees that we highlighted in the staff report that, in my opinion, when you factor in the actual cost, the application fee ends up being somewhat high. In particular for some of the business-related applications like conditional use permits. So staff did have a recommendation that for those, if we are to adjust the fee, that it be at 50% of what RCS had recommended. So there would be a partial subsidy. And you can see in the table, it shows what the current fee is for those particular ones, the proposed, and what the reduction would be as staff recommends it, which brings it closer in line to what's existing. Some are still a little bit higher, such as the appeal. That's I think that's 5 times, a little over 5 times as much. The council may want to subsidize some of these further. But having gone through every single planning fee and looking at the before and after, these were the ones that really stood out as jumping the most dramatically, and the council may want to consider subsidizing the remainder of them. And we can go into further detail that this meeting or a following meeting, we're fairly in line with what the current fees are. And as noted in the staff report, over the past few years, the revenue for the departments averaged about 4.1 million. The expenses around 4.9. That's close to that 1 million gap that Eric had mentioned. I will note that this fiscal year has been a bit of an anomaly, and we weren't able to fully factor it in because it's not completed. But we've outsourced more plan checks, so that's driven up the cost, the expenses. We've also seen more activity, which has driven up the revenue as well. So this is really based on several of the prior years, not so much this fiscal year, which has been a bit of an anomaly on both areas. And with these proposed fee updates, as mentioned by Eric, it would generate approximately $1 million or potentially a little more in annual revenue. It would help close the gap between the revenue and the expenses that we currently have. And it could also help support future expenses associated with enhanced service delivery, such as the outsourcing of the building plan checks, which we've had good success with. And then I did want to note, as part of the agreement with RCS, there was a second part of it where the contract has them evaluating our current development impact fees, and it was to do a nexus study on those impact fees. We only have 3 as it stands now. One is the Quimby fee, which is $25,000 per new subdivided unit. We have the public art fee, which is 1% of the project valuation. And then we have the very nominal Parks and Recreation fee, which is $430, which really pales in comparison to the other 2. So many of the other cities throughout California and locally are evaluating their impact fees in light of many of these state housing mandates, looking at ways to address some of the cost that's being borne by the city for these housing projects. So staff recommends that the council consider directing us to bring that agreement back with RCS, so we look at expanding the scope beyond evaluating the existing fees that we have, but looking at potential new impact fees and maybe adjustments to the existing fees, because part of what they do is evaluate the legal defensibility of those, and it would help to be able, especially as we get more housing projects, to justify what our rate is for the Quimby fee or the art in lieu, or those are really the 2 main ones. So with that, the recommendations are to receive and file the reports, provide direction on the fee study and the proposed fee updates that were covered in Eric's presentation, and then also provide direction on the agreement for an updated impact fee study. And with that, we are available for questions.
Okay, can you go back one? So I totally support this. When I was at U.S. Mayor's Conference, multiple cities throughout California commented that they're doing nexus studies, or they've already done nexus studies to recoup some of the impact that those new developments that they had no say over have on the community, that they're not able to balance through zoning. And I know Beverly Hills is a big one on that. They're like, they were incredulous that we hadn't even explored this yet. So I fully support this. I think we should look at our current fees to see that they're in line, but also look for other areas like, impact on roadways and in other public infrastructure that we can't balance because we don't have any say in the development. So I totally support that. If you can go back to the, I forget what you called it, but the fees that you reduced. I mean, already our process and our fees for appealing are tougher within our city than it is to go to Coastal Commission. And I know that, as a matter of fact, from having done both before I was in this position. We're tougher process-wise, and we're also more expensive. Far easier for me to appeal to the Coastal Commission than this. I don't want residents who don't agree with the decision down lower to have to come up with thousands of dollars to appeal a decision. It just doesn't, it seems anti-democratic when you put this kind of level of fee on an individual or a group of people to appeal something.
What should the number be here?
I don't know, it was $450 when I did it, now it's $550.
Yeah, this is one, process fees for appeal. This is precisely why Mark's raised this in this slide. This is an area that it's very traditional for cities to subsidize the process. The process is expensive, as you know, because it's a lot of time and energy, and you can imagine, as you see here, the cost of this service is quite high. Staff reports, clerk's time, attorney's time, and there's a lot involved with appeals. But it is effectively our local democracy in action, and this is a common area for
Yeah, for a
tax
developer to
subsidy.
appeal, this is peanuts, but for a resident to sit there and say, I disagree with this, this is onerous.
The only challenge is I don't believe we can distinguish between the two.
I wouldn't
That's
either.
the-
I'm just saying that's the difference. If you look at this from the two sides, one, it's easy, the other, it's more difficult. The other thing was when I was going through the fees, I was shocked, on like the, you replace a water heater with a like water heater, and it's $151. I mean, the water heater isn't much more than that. And it's 3 connections, water in, hot water out, and a gas. And we're charging $106. I think all that's going to do is force people to do it under the table. I mean, that's a major percent of the cost of a water heater for 3 different connections. Now, I could see if we're going from a tanked water heater to tankless, because that's different size, natural gas lines, it's a different kind of exhaust situation. But to just sit there and replace like for like, that seems onerous, given the cost of a water heater.
Right. No, it's a fair question. I think that's the difference here, right, is it's not distinguishing between the type of replacement. So if you come in with a tankless water heater or you come in with an upsized water heater and you need new utility load to support it, there's a reason you would have a permit associated with that. If you're replacing your old 75-gallon tank with a new 75-gallon tank, and to your point, all you're doing is cutting and reinserting, it may seem a little bit
Not
silly.
even cutting, just.
But that's not, this doesn't really differentiate in that structure.
But we could do that, couldn't we?
I don't know, perhaps we could. I mean, I don't know if there's a way to distinguish.
Yeah, I think we could go through this and look at some of the more minor ones and make sure it's a more modest adjustment, maybe a percentage.
Well, I think the question mark is, could we actually have distinguishing fees for water heaters by type of unit?
But then are we discouraging residents
To upgrade to the more
upgrade to a more efficient,
et cetera? That's their other
there's a
unintended
catch there.
consequence.
Well, and the building code the plumbing code is changing. So when you're replacing, the tanks are all going away and now heat pumps are what's coming in. So if you're building
we
new
defeated that.
construction, you're going to be putting a heat pump. But eventually tanks are all going away. And it's just going to be electric at a certain point. So
Defeated that bill.
It's in the building code.
There was a bill that forced all natural gas appliances to be phased out by 2030, and that got defeated.
But the building code is different than the bill.
plumbing and the building code still apply, and that's state code, so including energy.
So a heat pump's at 220 versus,
Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, right, newer
I still think we could
apparatus.
say like for like versus if it's a change, then it's more. And same with your roof. If you've got your roof designed and all structured for the weight you have on it, and you're not changing what's going on the roof, I think there's an inspection fee, but you shouldn't have to go through the architectural, will the roof support that weight? When I'm sure this accommodates, if you're going from shingles to ceramic, you've got to make sure that that roof can support the weight. But if you're going from shingles to shingles,
I think the challenge is if there's not a permit requirement, then there's no known inspection requirement.
I didn't say there should be no permit. I'm saying the cost should be different. Now, that's inconsequential to a re-roof, so I wouldn't argue that one. But some of these seem awful high, and I think we'll just encourage people to go fly below the radar and hope, and likely not get caught.
And so we could probably have some of that today.
I know you have it today, because I think there's a lot of people don't know you need a permit to replace your water heater like for like.
Yeah,
There's people up here that have done that.
Not until I saw this report.
Anyway.
Yeah, what we're presenting tonight is the results of the study. I think there's definitely room for refinements or adjustments. I understand some of these are going up quite substantially, even to the extent that on those particular planning ones, staff did make a recommendation on that it's too high. I think on the building ones, as you see from this table, it's not, in most cases, not drastic increases, but in some, like the tenant improvement, commercial tenant improvement, that's doubling. And I know that the council, we want to look to encourage business. So these are the results of the study. We're looking for feedback. I will say, Mayor, on your comment about the appeal fee, I've been through this exercise with 2 other cities and city councils, and in both cases, those councils also heavily subsidize the appeal fee. There was concern about the process and putting it at too high of a level. So it seems to be kind of a general theme with the appeal fee, that they usually comes in high because it's quite a bit of work, but that the council just would not want to bar a resident or somebody from appealing.
So this gives us time to go through it and be ready when it comes up for the budget on the master fee schedule. So what are you looking for?
Yeah, I mean, some of this general feedback is helpful now. I mean, if more of you have comments on these
and I
fees, that's helpful for
apologize,
me
Councilor.
as we proceed. You know, a goal here, of course, as we evaluate this is to consider lowering our subsidy to the department services so we can improve our general fund position. So that's part of why we're doing this, and to also ensure that there is clear nexus and that we are not inappropriately charging fees for certain types of service. So appreciate that. Any feedback today is welcomed. Barring that feedback, we would likely proceed with our own recommendations as part of the master fee schedule update is in the 26-27 budget proposal. The more insight you can all give, I think the easier that process becomes.
So summarizing, and I apologize for taking so long, I fully support the Nexus study to look at development fees more than what we've got today to address, you know, the impact.
So our current 3 plus new.
Other, yeah. And subsidizing heavily I wouldn't raise the amount to do an appeal on either of the numbers. Councilmember Castle.
I had a question, just in terms, you mentioned that other cities like Manhattan and Hermosa are based on a square footage basis. How do these, let's just say the proposed 50% reduction on those fees, how do those fees compare with other cities? Are they in line, similar, or?
Oh, for the planning fees, the planning entitlement
Right, so
fees?
if you go back to that page that had the current and proposed.
Yeah, the planning fees are a little trickier just because every city kind of defines it differently. So every city has a non-residential CUP. A lot of cities don't even break out their residential versus non-residential, and those that do have different requirements as to what they require. So it's very, very difficult to compare apples to apples when you're comparing planning fees across cities.
Okay.
But with the building code, it's different because all cities apply a standard code, so it's very similar across the board. The planning process is really unique to the jurisdiction.
Okay, so it's hard to compare.
Yeah.
Which, as you saw from the earlier charts, is the much smaller overall revenue category for us. The high preponderance of our revenue generated comes through building.
Just through straight building. Okay. All right, thank you.
Is that it? I forgot one question. You know, we've transitioned over to iWorks. Did you take the efficiencies with iWorks into account when going through this? Because we're bragging we're getting more stuff through.
I believe that was incorporated. Most of the planning involves staff reports and review time and meetings, not so much the handling and processing of it through the system. I think where we're really seeing improvements in the process is through the outsourcing of the building plan checks, and we're meeting these targets. We're actually exceeding the 2-week turnaround time by quite a bit. So
did you take that into account?
What we looked at for this study was the cost borne by this.
Well, we did look at the clerical processing time for each of these. So we did look at how much time it's spending them now. And so I don't recall whether or not that included changes because of the new system, but it was definitely how much time is being spent now.
When it comes to the outsourcing, so that's based on a percentage of the fees that we would be collecting. That's what we're paying the consultant. So that would potentially go up to an extent. So I think that is something that we need. Sorry, maybe I'm not being
I'm
clear.
confused.
So I think the short answer is, when you conducted the interviews, right, was iWork fully functioning at that time, or was it still in development?
No, it
And
was
is
fully
Yeah.
functioning.
It was fully functioning.
fully
So
functioning,
iWork was,
Now I'm getting that our outsourcing isn't necessarily incorporated into this, but that's what's accelerating our times.
well, that's
Improving our
that's
time.
different for determining fee structure, right?
Yeah, well,
So we're not determining,
that's
just
why I
to
was
be
having a
clear,
difficult
our
time
contract
explaining it.
process doesn't.
Sorry.
I don't want to belabor
Right,
this.
okay, the
Too much time.
fees
I
aren't
went off on
generated
a
by what the
tangent.
contract cost is. That's the
Councilmember
difference.
Abaji.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Johnson, for your presentation. Thank you, Director Weiner, for bringing this forward. First question relative to businesses is there anything from an internal standpoint that we can do to cut our costs of providing these services to the public? And by the way, how has using outside contractors helped or hurt us in the effort to provide affordable services to the public?
I guess on the first one, when it comes to cutting cost, I'll answer the second part of that after. When it comes to the planning side of things, I think there is, in the sense that a lot of business uses require conditional use permits, for example. Those are fairly expensive. If we made more uses permit by right or administrative use permit, which we do plan on bringing an item to the city council, I think that will reduce the overall cost to business. On the building side, it's really just kind of based on set rates that we can set. I think it's still, regardless of what that rate is going to be and how much of an adjustment we have, I think it's still a good practice to base it on square footage. It gets a little more complicated with regards to outsourcing of the building plan checks. I would say that has increased the cost, the expense to the department. It's been more expensive because we have a deeper bench of staff, individuals reviewing these plans, or we're turning them around faster, or it's paid for by, or it's covered by the fees, but we're getting a smaller percentage of that is revenue.
I think that's a point that needs to be made. When we outsource plan check, the fee is already the fee. What we've agreed is to pay 60% effectively of that fee to the contractor. So that process isn't driving our fee structure. What the contract bench is doing is allowing us to produce and process much more work, much more quickly. We're actually taking a bit of a haircut in revenue associated with that. So we're sharing some of our revenue with the contractor in order to expedite performance for our applicants.
So when we are increasing the permitting fees, and are we going to kick 60% of that new increased rate to these contractors, or are we going to pay them the original amount that they were planning on collecting when we hired them?
Under our current agreement structure, they would receive the 60% of the new rate. Now, as we negotiate new agreements, maybe longer term agreements, and perhaps reconsider that, we could make adjustments. But that is the sort of industry standard.
I get that. And maybe we can't get it to 50-50, but maybe 55-45. But I mean, they agreed to do this work for us. They're clamoring at ICA to do this work for us, TransTech and the like. They love doing it, working for you guys. So, I think we should negotiate it and try to be as tough as possible to keep as much dollars here as possible.
Right, and we may eventually have to, depending on workflow, we may have to recalibrate how much we outsource and how much we retain in-house so we earn higher fees to cover cost. It's a variable game based on product.
But you have increased efficiency and turnaround, right, based on outsourcing,
exceptionally.
right? Okay, so we don't want to lose that. Another question for you, Mr. Johnson, is how would you do a nexus study as to the public art fee? Because we had for a long time about $1 million in the bank for public art, and then we finally allocated it. I don't think we've spent the $1 million, but we're spending it. We're trying to proliferate it, so we'll have great use of it. But how are you going to do that?
It's my partner that would be doing the nexus study, the impact fees. He's the impact fee expert, but I know he feels that public art, it's very, very difficult to come up with a defendable nexus.
So then do we hire you to do that?
Well, we would have those discussions with staff as to, is it really an impact fee, or is it an in lieu fee that's negotiated with the with the client. Because what is the impact? What is the deficiency in the current community in its art in public places? So those would be the discussions we would have with staff and
alternatively, we just continue to collect it until unless somebody challenges it, and then we defend the challenge if it comes up, right?
Yeah, and I think the purpose for the fee, right, when we established it was, it is an in lieu fee, right? The condition is to provide public art as an obligation of your actual development. If you can't do that on your own, you can simply contribute to the city's public art fee. That is currently the structure of it.
And then as to Quimby, trying to move along, I appreciate the response. As to Quimby, we have, for example, Alta Vista Park, I think the goal is $1.2 million for pickleball courts and the like, but we've only invested $400 towards that kind of fund. So will that take projects that we need to fund into consideration, the Nexus study?
To the extent that it's, the impact is because of new development. You can't make up for current deficiencies on the back of new development. So it's only their impact that they're funding.
Copy. All right. And I would approve, and I can make a motion to approve the schedule recovering the full cost of our services, where you indicated to propose a fee reduction of 50%, to have a fee reduction of 50%, except for as the Planning Commission and City Council appeal, reduce that to a fee of $600 each, which is just a slight tweak from where it is right now. And I'll say that I am concerned about people being able to appeal to the Planning Commission and City Council. I'm also concerned about if a developer building housing gets wrongfully denied by our Planning Commission, that the person doesn't just say, wow, this is a multi-$1,000 fee to go to the City Council and get what I deserve to have under the law, under state law. And so therefore, I'm just going to, they probably have to exhaust their administrative remedies, but in any event, I think we'd have a problem with ACD if somebody got denied and did not appeal. So I think we want to keep the barriers to appeal low.
Would you take a friendly amendment to that where almost as if someone appeals but they're denied their appeal, they lose their appeal, that they would have to pay a higher fee or pay the proposed fee?
I don't think we can
Or we can't do that basically?
I don't think so. Okay.
Yeah. That's a good idea, though.
It's not always that black and white either.
And I'd support authorizing staff to explore all those Nexus studies and pursue a development impact fee Nexus study.
Can I ask a clarifying question? There's a cost associated with those Nexus studies.
There is.
How much is it? Will that come back for our approval? And
Yes, it would. We're to the point that's down below here. We have generally anticipated providing Nexus for our current fees. That's kind of in the contract structure that was pre-negotiated. There is going to need to be an amendment if we start exploring new fees. We'll have to probably define a scope. How many new fees are we talking about? Kind of what general area? So we'll need some flexibility with that, and we'll need to come back with an amendment with RCS that you would have to approve. So I don't know, are we in the tens of thousands of dollars range?
So the current agreement for the impact fee study is around, I want to say it's high 20s to about 30,000. Speaking with Eric to amend it, it'd likely be 50,000 total. So would not quite double the
have the
cost.
budget somewhere?
We do. We have it in our, I think the original appropriation was actually higher than the 30,000 we had in the amendment. So the answer is yes.
Okay, thank you.
That's all for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Waller.
Thank you, Mayor. Am I correct, this was a one fiscal year study of everything that you were looking at? It was fiscal year 24, 25.
It's a snapshot in time.
Okay.
We did update the 25, 26 salary and benefit cost, but the
number of events or whatever it was.
Actually, no, we do look historically, but we also want to look prospectively. So we asked staff, you did 10 of these last year, but if they say, we've already done 10 this year, so we know it's going to be more like 20, we will update that to reflect what the trends are showing for this current and looking forward.
because what I would like to see in the fee impacts, when you're saying we want to change the fees, for example, if you go to the planning fees, there is one. So the total impact of increasing that planning fee for both of those is less than $10,000 out of the $1.2 million we're trying to recover. So that's one that it's not going to make a difference to our bottom line by changing, going to the full impact, the 50%, leaving it as it is. I'd be in favor of leaving it as it is just because of an equity standpoint. But also, it's a rare event. It's once or twice a year. So I'd like, really want to concentrate on the things that are 10% impacts, 20% impacts, the big things, and giving us an easier table to look at that looks at that, because it wasn't the easy, I could get some of it, but not all of it from looking at those. I'd just be hesitant in saying, well, this is the cost and this is what we need to do, and find out that we are 200% more expensive than every other city in the area or something like that. I want to make sure that the fee increases are still reasonable. The developer impact fees. We've got infrastructure costs, whether it be sewer, roads, whatever. We need to be able to account for that when the state comes in and says you need to add another 2,700 houses. How do we support that? So I think it definitely makes sense to have that there with a study that's been backed up, that's defensible legally, and then we can decide full fee, partial fee, whatever at that point. So I'd be happy to see that coming back. So
I will say one comment associated with the concern about comparative analysis with other cities. By moving to the square footage calculation, I think we will naturally be more in line with our neighbors. There'll be more consistency, at least across the beach cities.
That would be good.
In that
square footage makes so much more sense than value, like you're saying with the marble countertops. Right. People ask us, well, how much does it cost to make an app? It's like, well, how much does it cost to build a house? It depends on what you want. So basing that on the costs, you have people fudging the numbers and saying, oh yeah, we're using the cheap stuff, and maybe they don't. Yeah, I was surprised to see that you needed a pull permit for a water heater. I don't know how many people knew that. I've replaced lots of water heaters over the years, although one of them was as part of a bigger construction, so I bet you my contractor did pull a permit for it when they did that. But that's such a small one as well that I'm not going to worry about that little thing. As far as I know, the roof permit isn't looking at the structure of the roof. It's more making sure that they're doing the right thing, and getting Pete Tucker up on the roof and having him look at stuff, and how many boards did they replace, and things like that. So I paid one of those last year, went through all that, and I can see that's reasonable. But the bottom line for me is just make sure that the costs stay reasonable, and for appeals, I wouldn't increase them, but I wouldn't also vote against a $600 number instead of $500 and $550. No big deal on that. But we're not approving the numbers right now. This is advice.
No, that'll come back as part of the proposed fee schedule. But this is helpful direction.
And we can argue that.
Provide direction.
But yeah, providing direction, I'm good with the motion as produced. And that's it for me.
Okay. Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank staff for doing this. It's been a long time in the works, and I know you've had, a lot on your plate, and you got around to it, and I think you did a good job. I appreciated the methodology. It's imperfect, but it's sound, and arguably probably the best way to proceed under these circumstances. So thanks for walking us through that. Also appreciated that some of these fees went up, and a number of them went down. So it was a balanced approach. I thought it struck the right tone of reasonableness that we've heard about tonight. And it's, you know, it's revenue that is earned by the city, and it will help from a fiscal perspective. You know, the number I saw was $1 million, and that's money that we need. And I see our treasurer's here tonight, and he's all over this thing. And then it kind of becomes a little bit like a Rubik's Cube, you know, or squeezing the balloon, where if you bring this charge down and then that one has to come up. And I do think you've struck the right balance there. And I'm reluctant to get in there, and no one has suggested that we get in there tonight or later and start trying to pick apart each and every fee. And that could just be maybe too much to try to do. You know, I like the mayor was irked a little bit when I saw the roofing permit fees and the water heater fees, and that was my initial reaction. And then kind of thinking through it a little bit, you know, when it comes time for a permit, it's sometimes sight unseen. You know, the first time there, you can't anticipate that this is just a clean like-for-like substitution, or on the roofing issue. You know, they're looking at different things. And, you know, one thing I've come to appreciate in my time here at the city is, you know, we have a high-quality team. We have a high-quality team, and there's expenses associated with that. Expenses for staff that we've approved and other expenses. So, you know, somebody, a resident, as we all are, who, you know, we're not exempting ourselves. We would be paying these fees. So with that, I'm pretty comfortable with what's being proposed. You know, there is one item I do feel quite strongly about, and I think the mayor articulated it well, as Councilmember Abaji and others, is the appellate fee. You know, if there's one area maybe we should subsidize, and I don't know what the magic number is, it's probably that, especially to Councilmember Waller's point, if it's not a huge chunk of that revenue that we're relying upon. If we have a situation later where, for whatever reason, these start coming in fast and furious, and maybe that could happen, perhaps we can make an adjustment. I'm open to, you know, whatever number the folks up here are in favor of for those appeal fees for the Planning Commission and for City Council. And I'm okay if, you know, we need to do a little more, if we're going to keep it a little lower. For the reasons that we talked about. And I would just say, lastly, on the impact fees, I'm not going to repeat what everyone has already said. I'm in favor of doing those studies. There's a cost to it, but I think it's prudent on both categories, existing fees that we have, Nexus, as well as exploring a development impact fee and just looking at it and informing ourselves. So, you know, for those reasons, I support what I believe is Councilmember Obaji's motion, as I understand it.
Just need a second.
Yeah, he needs a second still.
Second.
All right,
Okay.
there it is.
Got a second.
And I would like to share one thing that, you know, we strongly believe that we need the Nexus studies for each of our existing fees, and of course, any new fee. I want the council to understand there is some risk in this exercise. The reality is, when we do the Nexus, $25,000, it just, as we experienced with the other fees that were mentioned there, it could show that we could raise it, or it could show that it needs to be decreased. So there is this, once we go through this process, we will need to adhere to the ceilings that are identified in the study.
With that in mind, do you recommend we kind of hold off for now and see where things are at? Maybe follow the progression of a development impact fee that's being implemented in other cities? Or do you recommend we nonetheless go forward at this time with a Nexus fee for our existing?
I think the reality is, if we were to leave it alone, we are also subject to challenge. So there's risk in both scenarios, and we feel ultimately that the Nexus fee is the best way to substantiate whatever value is appropriate. And it's going to be necessary, whether now or in the future, to substantiate. And I would rather us not be subject to challenge later, just on the pure basis that we haven't taken the time to create the nexus. So I'd recommend it, but I want everybody to understand, it's not necessarily going to come back and say, hey, the fee can be as high as $37,000. It may come back and say the fee should be $23,480. I mean, it could be any number of things.
Could be any number. And thank you for that. You have Councilmember Obaji's motion firmly in mind.
Yeah.
Would you like a?
No, I think it's clear.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. City Manager. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I have a hard time believing if we went through and actually allocated the cost of acquiring new parkland, there couldn't be fees going to go down.
No, it's not so much that. I mean, that's one of the thoughts I've had, but it was as mentioned, it's the impact that the new development has on the city. It would exacerbate the current situation, but it can't be held accountable to make up for
all
right. That's the
I still
challenge.
think on a
Price of land around here is very expensive, and we need more open space. That's clear.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Any member of the public wish to address this item? Do we have any cards?
No card.
No cards. Wayne?
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. While it's certainly tempting to recoup some costs that I know the city does incur, for example, new construction when you're building a 40 or 49 unit complex, it does put a big impact on our infrastructure. You got to remember a lot of these buildings where they're being put up, the sewer lines and water connections weren't designed for that. So it's going to cost a lot of money, a lot of effort to try to keep that in operation. And guess who gets stuck with the bill for that? The city. So I understand it's tempting to recoup some of those costs, but we also have to be very careful. This council has already raised fees across the board on parking twice. You've also increased fees across the city substantially. At some point, if I run for election, I might not want to tell that to the public or have to answer that. But one thing I did want to say in the fees, I totally agree with the mayor. I think you have to be very careful about the appeal cost. If you put that too high, you're going to it's going to cause a problem. And as we saw personally, there was enough impediments in that process to make it go through where I turned in the paperwork and it was for Jim Light, and I was being compelled to actually present the appeal on behalf of Jim, which didn't make any sense at all back in that time. But there are a couple things in the fee schedule that I thought were a little unusual. If you're doing a single family addition, it went from $5,600 to $14,459. That's a big jump. That's a lot. Commercial tenant improvements. Now, this is where, we in the Planning Commission get projects that come up where tenants are putting out a lot of money to try to open a new business, and sometimes that can be very, very expensive. But if we're going to do a commercial tenant improvement from $6,700 to $12,887, that's a big impact as well. So I think you might want to look at some of those again to make sure they're not too high. I think it might be an impediment. And the other issue was brought up with regard to, if a project is denied, the only time recently that's happened, and, the Planning Commission has approved, I think, virtually everything that came through. Because of that denial, we got a better project. We got 24 more parking spaces. We got a more safer ramp that came with the building. And that improved the neighborhood and the community. So that was important, and I'm glad that the developer saw that that was the need to do that. And I thank the council for allowing them to make those changes. So, just some considerations. Again, if you whack the residents that you serve too hard, they may push back at some point. And you got to be careful about raising it too high. Just because our neighbors are doing it doesn't mean that we should. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wish to address the council on this item? Okay, no one in the audience? Anyone online?
No one online and no e-comments.
Okay, with that, I'll call the vote. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, going to item N2. This has been continued from earlier in the meeting.
Yes, this will be our mid-year budget review. This will be led off by Stephanie, Financial Services Director. We'll have a presentation from Jesse Reyes, our Capital Project Manager as well, on status of our CIP. And then I will identify a few what we're calling cost considerations, seeking some general early input on those matters as we head into the 26-27 budget development. So while we get situated here, we will be pulling up a PowerPoint. And with that, Stephanie, why don't you kick it off?
All right, good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Stephanie Meyer, Finance Director, and I'm here to present our mid-year report. Just a quick overview of our presentation. We'll start off with our estimated fund balance, walk through our recommended revenue and expenditure changes, discuss proposed decision packages, review our capital project status update. We'll present some 26-27 cost savings ideas for your input, review Budget and Finance Commission comments on this report, and end with some recommendations for you. So going back to several weeks ago when we looked at our 24-25 year-end balance, we estimated starting the year, ending that year, starting this year with about 3.15 million balance. We'll adding in our adopted budget and the appropriations that Council has approved through December of this year gets us to our starting balance before any recommendations this evening, which remains at about 3.15 million. So our total revenue adjustments that we are proposing for you this evening are about 3.4 million. We have some offsets in taxes and our lease rental, offset by increases to charges for service and some one-time revenues. And I'll go through in a little bit more detail in later slides. On the expenditure side, we're recommending about $7.7 million increase to expenditures. Similar to the revenue side, the increases here are largely in several categories. These reflect our internal services increase in and contracts and professional services. We also have a $2.3 million increase representing anticipated payments to our lender-held authority-funded reserve related to our hotel site-specific tax agreement. So a little bit more detail on our revenues. We're recommending approximately $600,000 deduction to our total tax category. This includes increases in property tax and property transfer tax, offset by some reductions that we had foreshadowed for you a few weeks ago with carryover. In particular, for our sales tax and transient occupancy tax, these are trends that are, the reductions are consistent with what we're seeing statewide and kind of in the region. There's some sense that, especially for transient occupancy tax, our hotel sector may be hit a little bit more than some of the surrounding areas, but overall this is consistent with the region. In other revenue, we have some proposed increases. These are primarily in development fees. As the council has heard before, we've had unanticipated, fairly significant development activity this year, so we anticipate additional revenue from that. We also have higher than expected ambulance fees, parking meter revenue, and this is slightly offset by some anticipated decreases to our rental revenue. We are accounting for some one-time unanticipated payments here, and then finally, we're recommending a $1.4 million increase for the city's annual overhead costs. This item is offset by expense to the general fund, so it's a net zero. And the increase is about 9%, and it largely reflects personnel and general operating costs. On the spending side, we have two major categories of items to look at. One, as I mentioned, is our payment to the city's authority-funded reserve. This reflects the impact of our weaker tourism demand on those specific hotel properties, which has decreased their revenue from projections. And they also had some higher than anticipated expenses for brand-required refresh. Both of these mean that we do not anticipate retaining further TOT from those properties this year. In internal, yes, go ahead.
So I just had a quick question on that. All of the TOT is softer than we anticipated, but on those particular properties, the Marine Avenue properties, we're back to where they're not contributing any TOT to the general fund. It's all going into that separate reserve account.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, and I think more specifically now with our current auditor's request, we are receiving TOT, but we now have this associated expense back to the authority-funded reserve. So the net impact this year is roughly zero. It's slightly
We collected a few $100,000 at the start of the year that we have retained from them, which is great. But yeah, we do not anticipate retaining any of the revenue. So we'll record it as revenue, but we'll have an offsetting expenditure, which is what you'll see.
That's why you're seeing this $2.3 million expenditure change. So that's what's affecting our budget at mid-year this year, is we now have to book that as an expense per CLA's recommendations. Our prior auditor wanted us to net the impact.
Right.
So our TOT looked artificially suppressed because it was a net projection. Now you'll see full gross receipts offset by an expenditure transfer out in the event that they're drawing on the AFR, which they are doing this year, as Stephanie pointed out, due to the two issues.
Okay. All right, thank you.
No problem.
I will say, though, on
go
a
ahead.
positive note, the current projection and the refreshes are now largely complete. That is now in the rear view. The current projection is that we will see next fiscal year, we should not be impaired in this way, assuming the market doesn't do anything worse than it already is.
Right. I mean, I guess, when we get to budget time for next year.
We'll account for it then.
Well, I mean, my concern is that every year we almost get to the point where we should start receiving, but then there's something that happens and we never actually see a net payment.
So
because of the refresh of, their PIP and everything else, so.
Well, and they're done with their refreshes at PIPs. We have done a long litany of auditing of their process. They've completed 3 brand refreshes over the last 3 years. And of course, post-COVID, they completely depleted the fund, which put us in a $3 million hole. So their concerns now are largely due to just generally weaker demand in the area that's not allowing them to get over that hump. Their forecast for next year is much better, but Stephanie and I are at a point now where we are far more cautious about incorporating that cash flow into our projections until we see it and can believe it.
Thank you.
So our next large item is contributions to the city's internal services at about $2.9 million. This is led by a significant increase to our self-insurance fund. This reflects our workers' compensation premiums and claims. We look at about a 5-year average, and this number reflects a little bit of catch-up from 23-24 because we completed our audit quite late. So I expect in the next few years, while I don't know that the costs are going to decrease, I expect them to level off, so we wouldn't see kind of this large increase that we're looking at this year. We have a smaller increase to vehicle maintenance. This reflects something that we had anticipated, which is to catch up with some prior year accelerated vehicle purchases. And in other areas, we're primarily seeing just regular operational increases related to personnel costs. And finally, at this point in the year, we look at our estimated just spending progress. The area that makes the most sense to project is salaries because it's fairly straightforward. We should have fairly consistent spending. So we estimate about $2.4 million in salary savings this year. This primarily reflects budget methodology changes that we made for this current year budget and just kind of regular staffing turnover. This is just a view of the entire city cost for internal services. The $2.9 million is the general fund share, but the other funds contribute as well. So overall, it's about a 14% increase. And again, you'll see the very large number there is related to our self-insurance contributions. And our next highest overall number is the city overhead. And again, that's largely just our ongoing operational and personnel costs.
Well, I would say there's another delta there too. The overhead figure is largely dependent on our internal overhead departments, financial services, human resources, city attorney's office, et cetera. If you look back at the historic averages, the financial services department was running extremely lean in prior years. We are now caught up on staffing, same in the city attorney's office, et cetera. So when you have a retrospective formula, you'll see, it's based on actuals, you'll see significant year-over-year increases when you have full staffing, whereas you might have had partial staffing in the prior year that's now showing that big delta. So this is not unanticipated given our trending over the last few years.
And next, we have some decision packages. Just keeping in mind the general fiscal situation, we have very limited general fund decision packages, and both are fully offset. The first is to just recognize the actual format of our paramedic assessment fee contract. We had anticipated paying that, the fees kind of out of the revenue, again, netting from the city revenue. That's not how we're doing it, so we are proposing a change that increases both revenue and expenditure, so we can actually pay the contract. That program has been in place since August, and we've tracked it very closely. We've shown very consistent revenue the past few months, and we anticipate fully meeting our budget in that area. We also have recommended changes for our contract building plan review. This is similar to the item that we've brought to council several months ago, again, related to contracting out plans and that requiring large kind of one-time payments that are more than offset by revenues. So we're recommending another $950,000 increase. The expenditure increase, we will segregate that from other costs so that the only expenses we charge there will be more than offset by those revenues. And obviously anything that we don't spend would return to fund balance, and we won't continue that moving forward. For other funds, we primarily have adjustments related to external funding. We have our Community Development Block Grant 25-26 program, the appropriations for those items. We have some Proposition 68 grant funding for parks. We have some supplementary Measure A funds for our Veterans Park Library project, where the county awarded us in excess of what we had estimated in the capital budget. And finally, we're asking to appropriate funding from the John Parsons funds for the LGBTQ statue. We are proposing staffing reorganizations in IT and Public Works. Both of those are fully offset. IT by reductions to contractual and professional services, and Public Works with overall adjustments to their staffing. We have a regular refuse rate adjustment. We always propose this at mid-year because we don't have the data available earlier. And again, this is offset by revenue. And finally, we have 2 vehicle replacement fund purchases. One is an advance purchase for a backhoe, which is required due to the condition of that vehicle. And then we're asking for an additional appropriation for a fuel island. This is in addition to existing funding and is needed to complete the project. And our vehicle replacement fund has sufficient funding for both of these purchases.
Well, before we leave that, I don't understand the staffing reorg. Are we actually reorganizing?
Yeah, we're reorganizing personnel, but within existing resources. So we're not, it's not a net impact, it's a change in personnel structure. So in the case of the Public Works Department, we're taking a series of positions and in some cases modifying their span of control both up and down. In the case of the IT department, we have a vacancy in IT that we would like to reposition as in a more of a supervisory capacity. We used to have a supervisory position. We underfilled that years ago. We'd like to restore that so we can create a little more support in the department, but we're finding other areas in the department to cut to offset that cost. So what's key about both of these reorgs is that they are cost neutral or savings or create savings to the general fund. And if you have specific questions about them, I'm certain I can bring the department heads up and speak to it.
I don't. The vehicle replacement fund purchases?
So yeah, what we're as Stephanie mentioned.
The backhoe, I understand.
Yeah, backhoe. The fuel,
are we fixing our current fuel?
Yes, we need to repair our current fuel island.
So we're not getting a new one. We're repairing
it's a repair of our current fuel island. And unfortunately, the longer the fuel island is down, the more off-site fuel purchase we have to make, which is more expensive than our bulk item expenditure.
Okay.
So for the general fund, including all of our recommended adjustments and the decision packages, which you can see here are offsetting, we anticipate ending the fiscal year with about $1.27 million in available fund balance. We do not recommend taking any additional action at this time. This is somewhat of a starting point for our 26-27 budget preparation and just thinking about our future needs there. And I'll turn it over to Jesse to discuss our CIP update.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jesse Reyes, CIP Manager. Giving you a brief overview of our CIP up to date midway through the year. Next slide. Currently, we have 108 projects in the CIP. Still a very robust program. We reduced that number significantly over the last few years, where we were at a high of 130 projects a couple years ago. As you'll see, street category continues to be the largest category. It's 41 projects, largely driven by funding opportunities in these areas, especially Metro grants. To date, we've completed or substantially completed 21 projects. And for clarity, a project that's substantially complete means it hasn't been formally accepted as complete by council. There's still some punch list items that are being worked through, but all intents and purposes, the project is complete. Next slide. This is a current year project summary. You see the second column there showing as of 3/11/2026, and the third column projecting through the end of the fiscal year. In terms of activity, it's another very active year, similar to the last few years, which I'll illustrate in a following slide. Attached to this item also was a breakdown of which projects are in pre-design or design, which ones are in procurement, which ones are in construction, and which ones have been completed. So that was attached to this item tonight. I'll also note, one more, yeah, it's okay. There was 8 new projects that were added to the CIP in this last fiscal year. This is fiscal year 2026 CIP fund type and totals. The $75.6 million of total budgeted fiscal year 2026 includes carryovers, which were $45.3 million, and net appropriations of $30.3 million, which gives us the total of $75.6 million in budgeted CIPs per fund. Some of the highlights, as you'll notice here, is grants account for roughly 49% of that total budgeted amount at $37 million. So we really look at outside funding opportunities to try to move some of our projects forward. Some of the, on the far right column is the total expenditures as of last week. Kind of the highlights on projects, they're not on here, but just some of the projects that have been kind of the drivers this year. We had the Redondo PCH open space improvements, Wilderness Park residential rehab, Artesia Aviation right turn lane, which is currently active. Don't go through Aviation Artesia this week. You'll get logged up there in traffic.
Thursday gonna be closed.
Yeah, there you go. Kingsdale resurfacing, Artesia safety improvements, North Redondo Beach Bikeway extension, which we had our grand opening, Grant Avenue resurfacing phase 1, which was completed, sanitary sewer facilities rehab throughout spot repairs throughout the city, and our traffic signal communication network phase 2, which is in design. Next slide.
Before you leave that.
Yep.
How come there's so much budgeted for tidelands and uplands, but so little expended?
This is mainly the Seaside Lagoon grant that we received. That's why you don't see a large expenditure there.
Well, that grant was 10 million, wasn't it?
We added $1 million from somewhere else at some point. Where's that?
You also have, we have the encumbrance, if you will, for the Moonstone Park project in that 2.6 million, I believe, in Tidelands. But we have not advanced.
So we have money now for Moonstone Park?
Well, we have set money aside that may not currently fully be available to use for that purpose, okay. Right? So that's, when you look at that 2.7 million in the Tidelands, I believe 2.4 of that is Moonstone Park, correct?
Yes, the grant, the
2.1 or whatever
total
it is.
The main driver of that is the Moonstone Park.
Yeah, so the money that's been spent in grants associated with the Seaside Lagoon design development would be in the grants category.
Correct,
okay.
Yes. Next slide. So finally, this is the final slide for kind of the CIP update. It's kind of a 5-year history snapshot of the last 5 years of the program. Key thing to note is kind of the steady output over the last 5 years, except for 21-22, which was a unique year because of COVID. We had some staffing issues during that year. Aside from that year, we've had a fairly consistent output over the last 3-4 years. CIP remains robust, some level activity in roughly 65 projects. When you take into account staffing, this is probably the maximum level of output we can provide with our current level of staffing. And while the total expenditures are trending downward for this fiscal year, estimating roughly $15 million, the number of projects being worked on and completed remain relatively the same at a pretty good output.
And I would add, Jesse, this is a year where we're entering more projects into design, right? There are some years where, on a cyclical basis, we'll have more projects in procurement and in construction, and we'll see more completed. And in some years, we'll see more in early stages of design. We're in that stage now.
Correct.
Why is staffing down, if I may ask?
That was, 21-22 is when we had staffing.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay.
Staffing is not down in engineering currently.
I'll turn it back over to you, Stephanie.
Okay, and we'll move on to our proposed cost reductions and considerations.
Yeah, and I'm going to cover these slides. So really what these are is to introduce kind of 3 different topics that we're monitoring as we look forward to the 26-27 budget development process. So the first one has to do with crossing guards, as we've talked about in the past. We spend roughly $1,000 a year staffing 27 different crossing guard locations. One of the frustrating elements of that program currently is that we're only able to staff internally 22 of the 27 locations. And as you can see from this slide, 5 of the locations that are provided by our outside contractor run us at about a 50% premium on a per location basis. So in an ideal world, we would find a way to efficiently adjust our staffing to eliminate the need for that contract program going forward and find ways to reduce the overall cost of this program. There was a lot of work and thought put into evaluating the various crossing guard locations that we currently support in our city, in addition to 3 more recently requested locations for consideration. We heard about one of those earlier tonight. I would tell you unequivocally right now that I would not recommend to you that we staff 30 crossing guard locations in the 26-27 budget. In an ideal world, we would staff 22 or fewer. And if you look at the various metrics that have been attached to the report, there's good cause to create different tiering for locations that have greater need than others. We don't need to make that determination tonight. What I'm looking to do really as it pertains to this specific topic is just elevate the conversation, share the data that's been prepared by our staff in conversations with our subcommittee, consider it and provide some general input, if you would, on what you'd like to see us include in the budget going forward, assuming funding is available to us. If suddenly we have really strong revenues, TOT is forecasted up and we've got full performance coming out of Marine, the Eddy's online down at the new Legato development, and we've got substantive structural revenues coming on board 27, 28. Perhaps this becomes a bit of a moot point. I don't anticipate that being the case. I think it's more likely that we're going to need to at least skinny down to 22 locations and maybe fewer. So any input, and next slide, please. This is the overall map of our current locations. There was the metrics associated with number of pedestrian crossings, vehicle travel, kind of vehicle points of conflict versus bikes, et cetera. That material is attached to the report. I'm not going to go through it tonight. Many of you have been helpful in preparing that and may want to comment on it. But at the end of the day, my recommendation going forward is that we try to find a way to reduce the total number of locations to 22 or fewer in 27, 28. Next slide, please. Another big issue that we've been monitoring, and we think it would make sense for specific direction on this evening, is our level of earthquake insurance. We currently pay $1.7 million a year in overall premium costs for for property insurance. $1 million of that $1.7 million is specific to earthquake coverage. We have $234 million of assessed structures in our portfolio. But unfortunately, with the nature of the earthquake program, only $100 million would be paid out in a single event. And that gets further watered down by the fact that we would share that potential payout with at least 2 neighboring cities that are also in our current premium coverage area. And Diane can speak more specifically to this, but I believe Manhattan Beach and the city of Hawthorne are potentially eligible for that same pro rata share of $100 million payout. So right there, you look at it and say, wait a minute, we're insuring $234 million of assets, but at best we would receive $100 million and would likely at best receive a third of that $100 million if there were a significant event. It's silly for us to have that broad a level of coverage if we're never going to see payout at that level. So one of the things that we're strongly recommending that is we consider reducing the number of facilities covered in the plan at minimum, certainly to let something less than $100 million, and we may want to reduce it to something even substantively less than that, given the fact that Manhattan Beach and Hawthorne would share in the impact. Or consider doing what many cities do, which is provide no earthquake coverage at all. And in fact, while we can't say unequivocally that our premium agent, our insurance agent, that representative that we deal with would say this publicly. We don't want to necessarily embarrass him. He has privately shared with Diane that he would recommend we not have earthquake coverage. So we have a couple of options in the attachment. The spanning from just reducing the number of properties covered to save $500,000 to simply eliminating the coverage in its entirety going forward and saving us $1 million next fiscal year in premium cost. That's a significant structural benefit to us. And as I said, our neighbor to the east and south, Torrance, doesn't provide earthquake coverage. They have no earthquake insurance as a policy. So we can get into those specifics. We have additional charts if you want to get into the individual valuations by property and talk it through. But at minimum, I'm strongly recommending we reduce the total number of assets covered to under $100 million, thereby saving $500,000 in premium costs next fiscal year. The reason I'm daylighting this now is we need to make this decision in March in order for it to be effective as part of the 26-27 budget. Next slide, please. Other considerations on the insurance category that we're further exploring, and we don't have to act on tonight, but will want to act on perhaps going into the 26-27 discussion. Right now, we have an SIR, self-insured retention level of $500,000. That factors into our overall general liability costs. We are evaluating whether or not it would make sense for us fiscally to consider increasing that SIR to something greater than $500,000, perhaps as much as $1 million. The estimate right now is that it could save us an additional $700,000 on our general liability premium coverage costs. There's some risk assessment that needs to be done in that. How often are we effectively piercing that SIR veil of $500,000? And the council knows as we have some of these closed session conversations, where those vulnerabilities might exist. But that's something we're evaluating. This decision is on a calendar basis, meaning we have already decided what our coverages are for the 2026 calendar year. We'll need to provide notice to PRISM and our rep on the 2027 premium costs sometime next fall or earlier if we think we're going to make adjustments. So again, daylighting this to let you know we're continuing to evaluate this and we're looking at perhaps the cost benefit of making a change. Another final area associated with insurance is our current property damage. Outside the earthquake category, we have a deductible of $50,000. In my 20 years here, I can't recall us ever making a property damage claim for insurance for one of our own facilities. Have we had water heaters break and create flooding? Have we had roof leaks that have created damage? Cannot recall a scenario where we've ever called up our insurance provider and said, hey, we're going to need you to write us a check because the Performing Arts Center roof leak last night. It just doesn't happen. So why we have a $50,000 deductible, I'm sure it was probably a fairly common number back in the day. Another area where I think we might want to make adjustments. Now, does that really significantly change our premium costs? Early indications are no, maybe more of a marginal savings category. But again, on an actuarial basis, doesn't make a lot of sense if we're not going to make a claim. And really the only scenario where you think you would probably pull the trigger on that kind of a claim is if you had a kitchen fire, an entire building burned down as a result of a kitchen fire, an electrical fire, or something more isolated but extreme in nature, and not something, knock on wood, that we've dealt with. Last time we had a significant event of that kind was in the late 80s on the pier, when I think it was Cattleman's that burned down due to an electrical fire. So that was really kind of the last major event we could think of where we likely made a property damage claim. Again, those can wait. Whereas the earthquake coverage, because it's backed by the California Earthquake Authority, is something we would need to make an immediate decision on. Next slide, please. Last category, just that we continue to monitor where we're at with our current unfunded accrued liability. Current projections are actually have improved over the last 18 months. You might recall we had that negative swing a few years ago with PERS performance. Suddenly we went from having no UAL to now having a forecasted $60 million UAL. They've had 2 consecutive years of better than expected returns, including one really good year, and they're currently on pace for another positive year this year that would trend us to this level of funding going forward, including once we make next July's payment, perhaps a superfunded status on the miscellaneous category, and therefore lowering our premium payment, our UAL payment in the 27-28 year from what is currently $4+ million to something around $3 million. So we're tracking this. It's currently positive, but things like, global events, wars, things like that can suddenly affect markets, and suddenly PERS goes from being, showing a 7.7% return year to suddenly something far less than their 6.8% discount rate, which can then turn this negative. So we're tracking it, and it's validating that we have isolated this as kind of a standalone payment as opposed to treating it as a recurring expenditure. And I think that's really it. So Stephanie, you want to cover the commission's input?
Sure. So we presented this information to our Budget and Finance Commission last Thursday evening. The comments they wanted to share with the council really centered around financial sustainability as a strong priority for the city. Also, just in recognition, especially of the changes to our revenues, they strongly recommended we plan for multiple scenarios when we're looking at our 26-27 budget, including potential further erosion of our major revenue sources. Next steps, we'll be back here in exactly 2 months, although it won't be a council meeting date on the 16th, but that's when we'll be presenting our 26-27 budget to the council. And this leads us to our recommendations for you this evening. Receive and file this report, receive and file a presentation on the capital projects, provide direction on our 26-27 cost savings, and adopt the resolution modifying the budget for fiscal year 25-26. We'll take your questions.
And just to be clear, we've got Diane here from Human Resources can help with the insurance questions. We've got, I believe, Brian Long is in the audience. We've got Ryan Liu on the traffic engineering side. Jane was a part of the crossing guard discussions. They're happy to opine on any questions there, along with our department heads who have proposed decision packages. So we're here to answer questions you might have. If you don't have any, this is our recommendation.
Okay, that was a lot. Thanks for the report. I'm not clear what would be in the budget modification for mid-year, just the decision packages?
Yeah, that.
Just the decision packages.
That and some of the adjustments to transfers.
The insurance, the earthquake insurance?
Well, that's when we need to give us input. That's not going to affect the 25-26 budget. That's going to affect the 26-27 budget.
And do we need to decide that tonight, or is that something?
We do. That's one we need to act on quickly, because we have to turn.
This month.
We have to make that determination this month. You can give me just general direction. Hey, lower it to whatever, and we can make those decisions if you're uncomfortable isolating those facilities tonight. If the council in its entirety is comfortable with no earthquake coverage going forward this fiscal year, and this isn't a permanent decision by the way, this is a year-over-year calculation, that's something we can certainly take to our rep as well.
And the rest of those cost savings are for later, or do those have to be decided?
No, those don't have to be decided. That's trial ballooning,
This
so
is
it
the only
helps as
one.
we prepare the next budget. Because the more input I get on that now, the less intense a crossing guard discussion is in May
Okay.
and June, right? If we can foreshadow some of those
And with
changes.
respect to the crossing guards, that's later, that's right?
Yeah, what we would propose is that we have crossing guard locations. These would be affecting decisions for the 26, 27 school year, right?
We don't have to decide that tonight.
Correct.
But if we heard testimony tonight that there's folks who like that from Ford and Aviation, can we move a crossing guard from one to another without affecting the budget?
You could redirect or reallocate an existing location. We would certainly want to provide notice and let folks know where and exactly why that's occurring.
And the way this was agendized, could we make that decision tonight?
You would
direction?
You would be giving, it's an administrative decision. What you would be doing is effectively giving direction on reallocating existing resource.
Are we agendized properly to make that decision?
You are, because it's ultimately my decision to relocate the crossing guard.
I got it, okay. Okay. I'd like to ask the city treasurer what your thoughts on this are. Do you have any?
Good evening, council members. Eugene Solomon, Redondo Beach City Treasurer. I support the staff recommendations for leaving the decision packages and the 1.2 million as unallocated at this time.
And what about the earthquake insurance?
When you talk about earthquake insurance, I don't want to step on Director Strickfadden's toes. Commercial earthquake insurance is labeled as DIC earthquake. It's difference in conditions earthquake insurance. You're already in a dilution of resources, as the city manager testified to, with the $100 million. You've got 3 participating, diluting your limits. I would say that one consideration would be when you're talking about earthquake insurance, because it's DIC, difference in conditions, you can call it or consider it as difference in coverages. If there is an earthquake and then there is damage to a building where a fire begins and the fire damages the building, that is a covered peril of fire. That is not earthquake. The efficient causation of that damage is fire. If there is a pipe that bursts, the water damages the structure. The efficient cause of that damage is the water, not the earthquake. If the building or structure is damaged as a result of the seismic event, and it has to be an identifiable seismic event, and it's strictly damage from that seismic event, that is earthquake coverage. So you're able to consider those likelihoods as you determine whether or not you're going to go forward with the earthquake insurance or
Do you have
not.
a recommendation?
I think you're far more likely to have an event that damages a structure, and the efficient causation of that damage is one of the resulting things: fire, water damage, explosion. You've seen numerous large seismic events in the state of California. You look at Oakland, you look at what happened in the valley. Usually those damages are a result of fire after the fact. When it comes to deductibles, if I could touch on that for a moment, please. I know you didn't ask for that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your indulgence. I look at it as an ROI. What is the premium savings if you change your deductible from 50,000 to 100,000? If you change your deductible, self-insured retention, which is very different than a deductible. If you change your SIR from 50,000 to 100,000 with a resulting premium savings of $2,000, well, then you've got to go out X number of years before you recover that cost savings. So it's not always beneficial maybe to take the next step up. It's important to look at what your cost savings is for that SIR. And SIRs are treated a little bit differently than a straight deductible. Usually the SIR, as you know, is absorbed by the city. The cost basis is absorbed by the city. The insurance company often, though, will ask that their firm or their representatives are hired even though you're expending the SIR. And they're not always the best resource. So sometimes you want to get out from under that SIR faster than not. So that's a consideration. It's usually
by that you mean have a lower SIR so that they're on the hook, or
have a lower SIR so that your counsel, you're using their counsel less, as it were, if you don't care for their counsel. So you can get Cuma's counsel
if you have a $250,000 SIR and now you've spent $300,000, then you're entirely reliant on their counsel, aren't you?
When you go through the process of the initial claim, whatever that might be, you're going to have an approved firm that they have that is you're billing on that rate. And that may not be the most efficient rate, or it may not be the most efficient counsel. So the sooner you get out from under
We're doing
that.
right now on our stuff that's below the SIR, City Attorney Ford.
I think, I'll let Joy answer this further, but we are, thus far with PRISM, the relationship with PRISM has allowed us to have a lot of autonomy over the decisions under the $500,000 SIR limit, and in some cases actually have signed off on our attorneys carrying the matter beyond the limit, even while PRISM's then paying the bills, because PRISM's been a good partner, but I don't know if that's different than what you're thinking. I do think, though, PRISM would be less interested. If our SIR was hypothetically $1 million, PRISM's not engaging with us until now suddenly we're in the $500,000 plus range, whereas now they might, to Eugene's point, they might be shadowing us at the $300 to $500 range because they may suddenly be on the verge.
Okay, thank you.
If there are any other questions, those are my thoughts from
Any others for the treasurer?
the other responsibility.
No, I guess in terms of, this is more a balance sheet question than the budget question, but in terms of our investable cash and the contribution that was supposed to make, I know we've been working on a number of CIP projects and get money tied up in anticipation of grant funding, but I think we should be getting more cash back that's been tied up in those sort of pre-projects for CIP. But have you seen any increase in our investable cash at this point?
This quarter, we've seen an increase in our investable cash from previous quarters. We've seen less of a reduction. We funded a lot of our capital improvement projects. And I know Mr. Reyes and the finance director have been working with our team on tracking some of those expenditures. So we're seeing a little bit less of a drain right now because of we're in the design process, as the city manager mentioned, rather than towards the end of the completion process.
Okay, all right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
All right, thank you, Mayor. So I am inclined to go with no earthquake insurance, and had a long discussion with the city manager about that. And to sum it up, it was, what's our most vulnerable structure in the city? It's the parking structures. Well, okay, if we have a bad earthquake that essentially puts the parking structure offline because it's no longer seismically safe to use it, that's going to be a big hit to the city. But if that is the case and it requires a $100 million repair, then I understand that the pot that's available to us under the earthquake policy is about $100 million. And we had a bad earthquake, everybody's going to be pulling out that pot, and we're not going to get enough money to rebuild the parking structure and get it online quickly. So it's a calculated assumption of the risk. I don't carry earthquake insurance at home, and for the reason that should be able to withstand an earthquake, hopefully. And we're rebuilding several important structures in the city, so those should be seismically sound. A couple items on and I would favor, I suppose, increasing based on my time in 5 years, I think we've gone beyond the SIR twice so far on 2 cases. So, and those are public, but don't need to mention them. And so it's not that frequent that we do go beyond $500,000. So I'd be potentially interested in moving up to $1 million or $750,000 if it's going to result in immediate cost savings.
For what?
For the SIR.
SIR, okay.
I did want to, on the decision packages, decision package 1, I've heard from residents and experienced myself that what's happening is you get the 911, you get the 911, excellent 911 service from the fire department, you get the bill, you call, you say, hey, I have insurance, can you bill my insurance? They say, yeah, sure. If it's a commercial policy, the insurance usually covers it. If it's not, it won't cover it. They bill the insurance. The insurance then sends you a statement saying, we need the tax ID of the entity. Whitman's not sending them the tax ID. You call Whitman. Whitman, they need the tax ID. Whitman says, oh, we didn't get a response from the insurance company. We can't send a second claim to them. And then they're like, you need to call back the insurance company. That's a pain. So we just need to have Whitman include the city's tax ID on the initial bill it sends to insurers, please.
Yeah.
That's the direction I'd like to provide.
Yeah, that's something, we had that, I think, an exchange on that based on your experience, and that's something I shared with Fire, and I believe we're working to correct that issue going forward.
Cool. And on the crossing guards, I am not interested in adding any more crossing guards. I do the single most, I think thing I'm most proud of in my term on council, or one of the things I'm most proud of is adding street safety in my district with stop signs, what we're doing on Grant Avenue. Thank you, Jesse, and council, and what we've done on Artesia Boulevard with the left turn pockets at Ringe and the like. So this crossing guard is extremely important. And let me pull up, if you can light up 2B, please, that would be helpful. Laura, if you light up 2B, please.
B. Or not to be.
Here is, you do it, do I need to replug? Let's see. Try that one more time.
Something's happening.
Here's an unofficial map. It didn't come from the school district's website, but I think it's accurate, of Jefferson's area district, and you can see these streets in the Golden Hills are feeding into Jefferson, including, So that's why they have to cross here, and I can tell you from there was a girl who spoke who was 6 years old. Kids that age do not want to walk a block up to Grant Avenue, and they'd like to walk just straight down to here and bike. And the report says that there were a lot of pedestrians, but there was about 33 bikers on a given morning. So I do go to Jefferson pretty much every day, or 50% of the days, and drop off my daughter. And here's where I'd like to remove the crossing guard and move the crossing guard to our Aviation and Ford. It's at Havenmeyer and Flagler. And here's why. First, it's really a three-way stop rather than a four-way stop. And you've got these cars going in, or you've got a parking lot over here. Everybody knows there are kids around. This is CDC right here. It's an all-way stop. Everybody's stopping. There are kids crossing. A lot of parents will drive this way to get to Jefferson because they want to get on the right side when they come pull up to drop off. There's no parking on the left side here, so they'll circle around like I do over here. It's really controlled. There are a lot of people crossing, but it's controlled and it's quiet. It's nothing like it is on Aviation and Ford, which has accidents on the regular. I get messages when there are accidents on Aviation and Ford. So we really do need to heed what the public is saying when they say they want a crossing guard there. Why I like making that change now, besides it being budget neutral, is if we are going to have blowback from moving people, moving crossing guards, then one, it can rest on me, and two, it's a temporary thing for 54 days in the school year until we come back during budget time and we hear, we decide how we're going to address these issues. But I would hope that the council would support me in this effort to heed the public's cries for help and safety. That's it for me. Thank you.
Can I ask then, you're looking for that change now?
Yes, now.
Would you be open to allowing some period of time to notice, like the school has a newsletter saying,
yeah, sure.
2 weeks from now, we're going to.
2 weeks from now, but just them hearing from us that we've heard them, we're taking action on them.
These are the reasons why.
Yes, and this is a pilot, and we're going to see if it works. Both, adding a new, moving a person and taking them away from this location.
So no earthquake insurance, moving the SIR to 1 million. Do we have to add the DP, the tax ID?
No, that's already, Jamie, we've already passed that on to
And then
Whitman.
just move the crossing guard with notice from Havemeyer and Flagler to Ford and Aviation.
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Waller.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Abaji actually covered a lot of what I was going to say. I would be happy to entirely cut earthquake insurance. If council wasn't as excited about that, at least we should strongly cut it. If there's an earthquake bad enough in Los Angeles to take out the parking garage, probably our most delicate structure that we have, definitely the whole city. There's going to be stuff everywhere, and that insurance money is going to be hard to come by. It's the problem with earthquake insurance in California. You pay a lot of money for not much coverage. As Councilmember Abaji does, I don't have earthquake insurance on my house either. It doesn't make fiscal sense to have earthquake insurance in general. Cities are different, so if there is a structure or a limited number of structures that council wants to cover, I'd be okay with that. But saving money on the SIR by increasing that deductible from 500,000 to $1 million makes sense. My only question on the crossing guards, I know there's a subcommittee on crossing guards. Is aviation forward the most needed of all of those? Because we've got 3 that have been requested. Is that one, or are there others that are higher priority?
I mean, we've done an analysis, and maybe traffic engineer, Mr. Liu, could.
Yeah, Ryan can speak to it. I would point you first to the attachment, and I suppose we could have Stephanie pull it up. There's an analysis that shows kind of the number of bikes, pedestrians, and vehicles at each of the different locations. We'll have to zoom in on this a little bit. It's kind of tough to read. It's an attachment to your slide.
Bike path.
So the bottom 3, this doesn't have the bottom 3. There they are. So the bottom 3 are the requested new locations, the top one there being aviation forward. So you've got 47 bike crossings a day, 29 pedestrian crossings. And then you can see the comparative data to the other locations that had been previously explored, including Artesia and the bike path in Inglewood and Grant. So you can kind of see how those all stack up. Obviously, funneling to different schools, that's the other reality. Jefferson has a higher concentration of total guards. So moving one from Jefferson to somewhere else is a little different than perhaps moving one of the fewer locations at some of the other sites. So there's different considerations there. But this is the objective metric, I think, that Ryan put together in consultation with the subcommittee. Anything else, Ryan, you want to cover?
Yeah, and I think one of the difficult things is that, we have a lot of intersections around the city where children are crossing.
So we can see them?
Can you what?
It's a PDF, so it's difficult to do. Yeah, apologies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Total number of
Just zoom out a little bit.
Yeah, just zoom out a little bit.
So we can see the whole thing.
Yeah, I think one thing we need to keep in mind is that this is just a comparison of 3 intersections that don't have a guard currently. There could be other intersections that the public is concerned about that may have a substantial number of student pedestrians crossing, perhaps Aviation Artesia or Artesia Ringe. It's hard to make these decisions just based on the input that was given. But we know for a fact that Aviation Ford is a smaller intersection than Inglewood and Grant, just a lot less lanes. And I can't recommend, you should put a guard at one location or over the other, but these are the objective facts that we have with us right now.
And maybe Ryan, explain why the total, number of lanes approaching as a higher number is a concern versus fewer lanes, and juxtapose that against vehicles and peds. I mean, there's a reason that data has been captured, right?
Yeah, so for example, at Inglewood and Grant, there's multiple turn lanes, through lanes in each direction. Grant is much wider than Ford. Aviation and Inglewood are a little bit more similar to each other, but as you increase the number of approaching lanes, that's more lanes for a pedestrian to have to look at, perhaps make communication with a driver to confirm that that lane is safe to cross. And so when you increase the complexity of the intersection, the more lanes to look at, that could increase the risk for a conflict to occur. And so that's why we have this heat map of the total approach lanes. Those intersections that are closely around Jefferson School, they're all those always stops, as Councilmember Obaji mentioned, single lane streets, slower speed environments, less complexity for a younger pedestrian to navigate compared to, you know, higher number of vehicles, higher number of approach lanes is more complexity for our students.
But I think it is safe to say that the Havemeyer-Flagler intersection that Councilmember Obaji mentioned is on the sort of, based on those statistics, definitely on the lighter side of need. Is that fair, Ryan?
That's correct, yeah. So really all four crossing guards around Jefferson, because they're all narrow one-lane streets with parking on one side, always stops, they have a lot less complexity than crossing Aviation Ford.
Mm-hmm.
One benefit we do have at Aviation Ford is in the past year, we did implement the 4-second head start for the pedestrians. So if you're crossing Aviation, you do have that head start available.
And through our discussions about all of these intersections, I know that these are a lot of intersections, and to do an analysis about what kind of infrastructure we could change at these intersections is a heavy lift. And I think identifying those that would be most likely to benefit from infrastructure changes, whether that's, you know, a raised median or something, depending on the location, there are options for that.
Yes. I could speak to some of them, actually. So for example, at Inglewood and Grant, we've discussed in this forum the MAT project and the mobility hub we're going to put at the southeast corner. That intersection will receive comprehensive upgrades, curb extensions, and measures to reduce speeds in that intersection to make sure that cyclists and pedestrians can cross in all directions, since we are also extending the North Redondo bike path down that area. So I expect that once those improvements come online, and they are funded through design and construction, that it should improve the safety and lower the speeds at that intersection, hopefully addressing many of the concerns that residents have at that intersection. Specific to Artesia and the North Redondo bike path, we've heard requests to, change the timing. We've increased the walk time on that. We added the countdown timers so that pedestrians know how much time is left on the signal. We've also received requests for curb extensions at the intersection. That would be an easy project, but we need the funding to rebuild those ramps and modify the signal. But there are good ideas for that intersection. We just aren't currently funded for that, or it's something we could explore with our traffic signal improvements fund in the future.
If I may comment on that. Do you know that we also funded the artistic crosswalk for that intersection, which hopefully, I don't know if you've been consulted at all on that, but maybe you should get involved in that, because the idea was increase the prevalence and the visibility of that crosswalk.
We'll have to look into what's possible within the confines of state and federal standards for crosswalk visibility. I know there's a lot of discourse out there, and especially in other states that are not allowed to use anything decorative for various reasons. That's something we can look into.
We are going to have a crossing guard sculpture there.
Nice. Scarecrow. Awesome. Just standing there.
Yeah. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, and I think for Aviation Ford, that's a more difficult intersection to find solutions for, given the limited right-of-way. You asked for a BRR to evaluate the parking. If the parking is up for consideration, there are certainly things we can do to that intersection to improve the safety there, but it would require some pretty severe trade-offs. We don't have the answers for that right now, which is why I predict that in Artesia, NRBB, and Inglewood and Grant, we have a clear path to making improvements at those two locations.
Right.
All right.
And I'll just say, look, these other intersections, I would love to get crossing guards there, but I think that this is a start. First, they're clamoring the hardest and the youngest at Aviation and Ford, and two, there are accidents that I see there and that continue to occur there, and three, it's an experiment, right? Let's see what it's like when we move a crossing guard from a location to another.
So with those answers, then I'd support your crossing guard movement. I just wanted to make sure that the bike path or something else might have been more important if we're going to move one somewhere. So that's it for my comments.
So earlier you had discussed maybe 2 intersections you would remove crossing guards from. Could we fill all 3 of the bottom ones? Because all of them, when I look at those, all those look bad.
Yeah, but if we're doing traffic improvements, changes, maybe we want to see where they go.
Okay.
On that.
Okay, let's see. Councilmember Barrett, I think, is your hand still up?
No, it's not. Sorry.
Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. Had a few items, not immediately to crossing guards, if maybe get back to you soon.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you.
Stay close.
Oh, sorry, I should have excused him. Thanks.
That's fine. On the city manager, on the SAR, do you need a decision on that tonight or no?
No, I'm just foreshadowing that we're continuing to explore that. We don't yet have credible estimates because it's so early in the premium year. We don't have credible estimates yet on what this would do to affect the 2027 premium cost. So we're working with our rep to better determine what adjustments could be made and how it would actually lower our premium cost beginning 2027 calendar year.
And will you be able to do a risk assessment based on the use of the?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, that's part of the analysis that
So
we're
we know the
following up with.
metric and, yes.
How many times we've actually pierced the SIR, as opposed to anecdotal referencing, but actual numbers. And then where we may be trending today, right? Our SIR limits, inflationary costs, legal services aren't getting cheaper, et cetera. So we're getting closer to the $500,000 mark more often than we used to.
And how that may impact the ability of the city to be able to retain their own counsel. That can sometimes be significant. We spent time handpicking counsel, and you'll look at the impacts of that as.
Yes, yes.
On the earthquake insurance issue, Director Strickfaden is here. Does she have an opinion and insight on that? It's a pretty weighty issue.
It is. Just for reference, we have multiple lines of insurance. So we have our regular all-risk property insurance, which all city facilities are covered by. It's for all risks. There's 120 total facilities on the property insurance. And that covers you for terrorism, floods, including wave wash, fires, boiler and machinery, and the list goes on. With that, we also have 40 city facilities listed separately on earthquake shock. So just like Eugene was saying, it's only for the actual shock. It's not for the tsunami that comes. It's not for the fire that starts after the earthquake. Of those 40 facilities, they're charging us $1 million. And we just received this FP bond. So our broker says, and this is what he told me privately, if we, most cities either don't carry any earthquake insurance or they only insure the very most critical facilities. So what we would want to do, if we didn't have FP, we would want to maybe whittle down the list to just being the fire stations, police stations, city hall. However, that complicates things because we have funding to replace those in any case. So we might want to consider just getting rid of the whole thing. However, there's the parking structure. If we just reduce it to revenue producing items like the International Boardwalk, the 3 parking structures at the pier, we could probably save, $700,000 and still be covered. So,
So
it's a weighty decision.
Yeah, it is. So with that in mind, what is the prudent approach? And for example, if we pull insurance coverage on everything and then there's a slight tremor, to the city manager's point, God forbid, the parking structure goes down, but the rest of the county is fine, and we're going to kind of be shrugging our shoulders like, oh, would have been nice to have had earthquakes. So with those kind of variables in mind, what is a sound decision here from your perspective?
Well,
you feel free to share. I mean, Diane's initial reaction to this is we should eliminate coverage at the pier parking structure. I've been the one that's privately been a little more hesitant with that because I know its vulnerability. But there's an argument to be made that with or without coverage, it's going to be down for 3 to 5 years. And we would need to spend time to, and keep in mind, that's currently got a valuation of, I think, under $50 million, correct, Diane, in our premium coverage.
It's valued at $44 million.
So the likelihood of it being rebuilt at $44 million is nil. So we would probably need to be bonding for the delta anyway. So yeah, if we had, the one scenario that we thought through that would be really frustrating if we were to eliminate all the coverage is the scenario where the Palos Verdes fault erupts. We get hit harder than perhaps the rest of the Southland. Right. Suddenly it's only our pier structure that's collapsed, and we could have effectively gone after that $44 million pretty well unfettered. That's the one in my head that I'm thinking, God, we would be strongly kicking ourselves if that were to occur. But there is far more likelihood that in an event like that, we're not the only ones drawing on coverage, and we may not get anything because suddenly the California Earthquake Authority is no longer able to make any payments, and everybody's got their hand out for FEMA money. So, and we could very well be eligible for FEMA money in a scenario like that. We have a coastal asset, it's public parking, et cetera. So there are other perhaps places to turn. This is not we have continued to do the easy thing, which is spend more money on insurance than we probably should. This is going to be a difficult choice. I think you can safely say that our public safety facilities with Measure FP funded, I do not think we should be including in coverage going forward. Most of our newer community centers, modernized structures, it's very unlikely the North Branch Library is going to collapse in an earthquake event. It's very unlikely that the main library is going to collapse in an earthquake event. And in fact, candidly, even though City Hall is quite old and has some masonry concrete in it, it's withstood all seismic activity over the last 70 years. So, and if it were to fall, it probably doesn't collapse. It probably just has distress in certain areas that needs to be repaired. So, it seems very silly for us to spend $1 million on premium. So, I mean, for me, if we're uncomfortable about going the whole way and doing the Torrance thing and doing what most other cities do, which is have no coverage, I think you give us direction to just pick the most vulnerable buildings and then we make a cut. And then perhaps we reevaluate if we want to go the full, I don't want to use the word Monty, but the full Monty next year. That's kind of where we're at. This isn't an easy one. That's why we're having a group discussion about it.
Yes, thank you.
But I do think it's timely, and I think we need to make at minimum, we make a reduction tonight, if not a full elimination.
Okay. And so with respect to the revenue generating properties of the district, like the parking structure, is there any other insurance that would cover us in the event of a business operation, in the event of an earthquake? Or is it if you don't have earthquake coverage, there's no coverage at all due to a loss of business operations from which we'd be deprived of revenue otherwise received?
Many loss of business operations are covered under the property all risk coverage. It's just not going to be covered for earthquake shock. So if the shock causes the parking structure to collapse, it's going to take 3 years to rebuild, I think at best, but you're going to have, for the resulting activity, you're going to have other coverage, loss of businesses and that kind of thing through the general property insurance.
Would that be covered even if the occurrence was an earthquake? That meaning the loss of the revenue from parking structure operations if the occurrence was due to an earthquake?
There are some exclusions, but we do have loss of business operations. We have loss of ability to repay bonds, and there's a lot of things in the property insurance. I mean, it would have to be evaluated by our broker. But just please know that there's 100 million total limits, and in PRISM, it's mostly counties, and they put all of these public agencies into groups. So they call them towers. There's towers 1 through 9, and 8 of these towers that are grouped for insurance coverage are counties only, and then Tower 6 is all the cities. So we're with Bakersfield and Baldwin Park, and unfortunately, Manhattan Beach and Hawthorne. So if there's an earthquake, it's most likely to affect those of us that are right here. But at the same time, it is priced based on distance from the San Andreas Fault, because that is the only fault that they say would produce an 8.0 or above, which is what they're basing all this risk on anyway. And we're very far from that.
Thank you. If the city were to reduce its earthquake insurance coverage, would it then be unlikely in the future that an insurer would increase it? If a year from now we said, okay, we changed our mind, we want earthquake insurance, at that point, would we be locked out?
I would have to get more information about that.
Okay. And we do have incomplete information at the time, meaning right now, yet a decision has to be made tonight, the
Well,
31st.
this is the last opportunity for the council to give direction. So we have time to work with our broker and give them a final determination, but it's got to be relatively soon.
Yes.
So, if there's discomfort, you would have to, we can follow up on some things, but you're going to have to give us authority to make that decision after tonight.
And with that,
Okay.
please go ahead.
The property insurance runs from March to March. So we'd have to make our decision before the end of March.
Right.
Because even though we don't pay till July, the program starts in March.
Starts in March.
31st.
So we have a time crunch, some unanswered questions perhaps. So in light of that, is it most prudent to do a partial reduction in the insurance coverage to specific structures of the city, since we have to make a decision now? Or is it better do you feel comfortable making a recommendation to pull earthquake insurance entirely from every structure of the city based on the limited information we have right now?
Yeah, I'm okay with going to zero. I am. If the alternative would be we simply continue to insure the parking structure. That'd be the one asset that we continue to insure.
And any idea what?
So just for clarity purposes, I did not list absolutely every item on here. I did not list the international boardwalk shops because I didn't think anyone would, when we were talking about just reducing, that's not even in play. So we did list the parking structure because the broker said to me, that's the first thing you should get rid of.
Yeah,
However,
I find that one
so
more of a
if we
struggle.
went down and removed everything but for the parking structure, we would still also have the shops that we own. So those are still on there because they weren't listed in this report.
Right, so we would have to make.
We have two things covered.
We would have two things covered at that point. So it would have to be, well, unless we gave specific direction to not include them.
Correct.
And what would be the, go ahead.
The structure has the effect of it has weight, it's old, it has the potential to be destabilized and damaged in a shock event differently than appear the boardwalk. Not all of them could experience liquefaction. I mean, anything on the waterfront could have seismic damage as a result. In fact, I think I don't know if it was Loma Prieta, one of them, Seaside Lagoon, had significant liquefaction. We ultimately had FEMA money. Yeah, maybe it was the Northridge quake, where we actually restored the lagoon using FEMA funds.
Mm-hmm.
I think the yacht club might have experienced significant liquefaction at that time. So the waterfront is vulnerable to a seismic event to some degree. The question is, if that has catastrophic casualty, because remember, this program is still backed by the California Earthquake Authority, correct?
I believe so, along with Lloyd's of London and about 10 other.
So you have the potential, again, if it's not isolated to Redondo Beach, to not have access to coverage.
Mm-hmm.
That's the other risk here. So the one to me that just keeps turning in my mind that potentially has a significant impact is the structure. But it's $165,000 a year in premium alone for that asset. For that one asset.
Okay.
And that's just the main structure, not the other two. Not the plaza structure, not the south or the north structure.
All right.
That's the south structure.
And so the bottom line obvious risk is if we go to zero and there's a seismic event, really of any kind, none of our structures would be covered. The upside, if you will, is, well, you're not paying a premium on that and maybe you don't get the money anyway. Is that the decision point?
That is the decision, and the savings and premium is $1 million a year.
Okay. So
you could do a lot with $1 million a year.
So that's what both of you are recommending?
Yes.
Recommending.
With some trepidation, yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
we're going to get $100 million back on $234 million worth of covered assets. And we're going to split $100 million with 2 other public agencies that are less than 5 miles away.
All right. Thank you. Thanks for coming up and speaking to that. And then lastly, on the crossing guards, irrespective of what we do tonight, oh, he's back. He'll come, if you'd like, come on up. Irrespective of what we do tonight on that, will we have an opportunity, Councilmember Kaladerovich and myself, to meet with your staff to discuss and pick up and hopefully finalize some type of suggestions for the council?
Yeah, I'd love for the love for the subcommittee to help me make suggestions, reductions
and
to
then
22.
Ultimately, it'll be up to the council and the mayor will have
Including
input.
the potential infrastructure changes that could improve it?
Well, you have to get to that. On that issue, as the mayor mentioned, funding, so the answer is yes. So we can meet, and hopefully we can meet soon on that.
Budget development will be May in the next 4 weeks, I think.
Okay. And then on, Ryan had made the point about the infrastructure for some of these intersections. We don't have the funding. Is there funding? Do you have a recommendation now on how to do that sequentially?
Yeah,
what do we do?
I do believe most of those improvements are eligible for some of our more reliable and frequently our active transportation sources. That's what we're effectively paying for to extend the North Redondo Beach bike path. That's tonight. There's a funding agreement for studies of these types of improvements, complete street type activities on Redondo Avenue. So I think what Ryan described is something we could put into the Measure M or other active transportation queue. It's just not going to be immediately available. It's going to take some time to develop.
And maybe that's, part of my point and probably the mayor's point, which is, how do we factor that into decisions about recommendations? If we know, hey, we're going to get this funding, there's going to be these infrastructure improvements, for example, on Artesian, the North Redondo Beach bike path within, over the summer, then that means maybe it's less of a issue.
A concern going forward. Yeah, I think we could probably, if not add it to the analysis, we could certainly prepare a budget response report that speaks to how we could potentially fund those specific improvements. Okay. And we also have our traffic calming project funding that we control. And it's largely spoken for, but we'll assess that as part of our CIP presentation for 26-27 as well.
All right. And then the last point on all of this, with respect to the crossing guards, the liability issues, the sort of shock of the missing crossing guard, and we know there's been some looking into that, maybe for the city attorney, what would be an adequate buffer time between crossing guard gone at this specific location, which has been pointed out, it is where it is, but how much time is needed? And then you've got an extra maybe week of spring break. What do you recommend? Is it, hey, wait till next year? Is it maybe we do this? What? Because people show up, where's my crossing guard? I'm crossing the street, God forbid.
It's not really a matter of time rather than the process of whether the school district is willing to cooperate with us in noticing parents. If they're willing to contact the parents of that school, that this change is going to be made, then the time, it takes to do that is the time that it takes. But if they're not, then we would probably have to notice that entire area, which is more money, more time, or however we want to go about doing that.
Any ideas to what the money would be if we had to do it ourselves, the notice?
I couldn't say.
What's a traditional noticing cost for us for 1,000 foot radii?
Probably in the 800 to 1,000 range. So each postcard would be about $1 to mail out.
1,000 total?
At least, yeah.
Is that funding that we have available?
Ideally we'd find a way not to have to spend that kind of money. It'd be nice to be able to do it through electronic means.
Yeah.
And I feel fairly confident we can get the school district to probably help us in that effort.
Sure, they send me about 5 emails every week, at least, one from the principal, 2 from the teacher.
Yeah.
you know,
PTA.
they'll send an email. If I email the teacher right now, the principal right now and say, hey, there's not gonna be a crossing guard there in 2 weeks, I'm sure I'll share that.
Yeah, I think the noticing, we probably can work cooperatively to manage. But the point about perhaps targeting a start date post-spring break does, I mean, the timing would resonate. I mean, 2 weeks gets us right to the start of spring break effectively. So maybe the 13th, Monday, April 13th is the appropriate target for the change if the council's supportive of this.
And if the council is supportive, is there a high degree of confidence that we'll either get the district to timely send out a notice, or in the alternative, that we'll have the funding and the ability to send out our own notice? And if so, is that enough time?
Well, whatever network was used to bring down our 21 speakers today, we might be able to start with that.
We have a direct line.
That was pretty effective. But yeah, I can certainly make a call tomorrow to confirm that. But yeah, I feel okay about the 13th.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for all that. You know, this is a big deal with mid-year budget and these decisions. So appreciate City Manager having your entire staff here and at the high level. And thank you, Mayor, for giving them an opportunity to address my questions.
Sure. Can I ask you where you stand on earthquake insurance?
I have trepidation. You know, hearing from the city manager and Director Strickfadden, we have imperfect information. I'd be okay going all the way down to zero. I'd be okay reserving coverage for specific structures. There's going to be some risk either way. I'm open.
Okay,
Thanks.
Councilmember Kalajevic.
Thank you. Real quick, I would be open to exploring reducing the SIR, increasing the limit. I mean, just.
On the SIR?
Yes. And then additionally, I feel similarly regarding earthquake insurance, either going to zero or limiting those structures. So exploring that with the additional information that's been requested. When it comes to crossing guards, I would support a change. I would like to ask our Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Liu, thank you for being here. And so the intersection that was identified, does that give you heartburn? I mean, we've identified those 4 crossing guards as being low risk generally in the criteria that we've determined.
The 4 around Jefferson?
Yes. And the one that was identified doesn't have a two-way approach or what do you call it? It's a two-lane. But it's technically a 4-way stop, right? Because it goes into the school.
Yeah, so Flagler and Havemeyer, as Councilmember Baji mentioned, that one does have 4 total approach lanes. It's a 2-way street intersecting a 2-way street.
Yeah.
I would like to note that we do have an intersection with an existing guard, Harkness and Carlson.
Yeah.
That is, I believe, 2 one-way streets. And that has just 2 approach lanes, so it's even simpler. Okay. And it does have a lower vehicle volume as expected.
So, I mean, you drive it daily, it seems, well, often through the week. And that the one that you've identified has a 4-lane approach or 4-way approach.
It's busy. There are cars going for sure, and there are kids crossing, but every kid is accompanied by an adult. This is K through 5, right? At least the time when I'm going at 8 o'clock in the morning or 8:15, the parents are walking them. So, my opinion, the crossing guards surrounding Jefferson is a luxury. The ones that are on those those main thoroughways that are Inglewood and Inglewood and Grant, the bike path and Artesia, Aviation Ford, those are more necessities that put.
No, I don't disagree. I'm just saying you've identified the 4-lane approach as opposed to the 2-lane approach that traffic engineer Lou was saying was a lower risk based on the criteria that we've had. Yeah.
Carlson Harkness, it has 14 daily bikes, 102 peds, 490 vehicles in 2 lanes.
Where is that on the map?
Councilmember Obaji, just on that, because that is the main entrance my concern would be that with that many people crossing in front of 4 lanes, that's going to bog up traffic. Where now, when you have a crossing guard, it sort of groups the students together.
Okay, so the Harkness and Carlson one, while I agree that it's less lanes, that is busy and a little crazy because you got cars pulling into park, cars pulling out, and then parents crossing from people crossing from all directions. So I don't know. I feel like the other one is less busy, but how about looking at the data? Harkness and Carlson.
And I think Carlson, that one, the Carlson goes away from the intersection. So really the 2 approach lanes are actually the both directions of Harkness.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
But the parents are crossing across Carlson and Harkness, but let's see, number of vehicles, total speeds. 102 versus 74. So you have less pedestrians at Havenmeyer and Flagler, but you have more bikes at Havenmeyer and Flagler.
And more vehicles.
And more vehicles at Havenmeyer and Flagler. What would you recommend? You recommend moving the person from Harkness and Carlson, or?
I think based on the data that's in front of us, that I'm more concerned about number of cars and number of approach lanes. Those are the 2 categories that I think, produce that add to the risk side of things rather than the demand.
I also think it goes to our point of that we've evaluated this and we have criteria that we're reviewing all these locations on.
Yeah.
So that would be my
All right, I'll take
proposal.
that as a substitute. I haven't really made a motion, but.
But as a,
Yes, let's do it.
And also just willingness to have a discussion. Well, one, I think we can participate or we can partner with the school district. I don't think noticing will be an issue. I think we can do that together with the district. And I think this brings an opportunity for the discussion, the larger discussion about the remaining crossing guards. And I would welcome Councilmember Obaji to possibly host a meeting with me at Jefferson about that.
Sure, absolutely.
About the change, yeah.
Absolutely.
So you're on a subcommittee with respect to crossing guards, isn't that?
Well, I guess it depends when we, that complicates
Well, if we
things.
talk about that one change and.
I don't know. I've looked at the city attorney. Is that a Brown Act?
Yeah, that one.
So if she's on a subcommittee that looks at crossing guards with Councilmember Barrett, and she
We'll
attends a
remove
meeting
you
with the school.
after making the motion, and Scott can come talk to me about the crossing guard move.
What might be easier is just getting rid of all of these locations. All 5 of them there have low metrics. I'm teasing, sort of.
Well, for next budget.
I'll retract that.
Okay.
Yeah. But I do think the Carlson intersection would be better based on the, objective criteria that we've been evaluating them on.
It's a T intersection.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else for
No, thank
Ryan?
you.
Okay, thank you, Ryan.
Thank you, Ryan.
Good recommendation.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see. Anything else, Councilmember Galajero-Vich?
No, thank you.
Councilmember, you disappeared. You had your
All
hand
right,
up and
make a motion.
please.
All right, motion to eliminate our earthquake insurance, explore increasing our SIR, and approve all the decision packages, make the line item changes that are necessary, and relocate the crossing guard from Harkness and Carlson to Aviation and Ford.
With notice.
With notice, but to occur this school year.
April 13th start.
Perfect.
With notification.
And receive and file the presentation on the status of the city's capital improvement projects.
Okay, do we have a second?
You need it?
Appreciate it.
No second?
Second.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Any member of the public wish to address the council on this item? Anybody online?
We have Mark Nelson.
Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, I hadn't expected this to become a discussion about risk management tonight, but that is kind of what it turned into. Over the years, I've been on a few committees and reviewed a few papers on risk evaluation of intersections. And there are very quantitative ways to do it, as opposed to just having, ex ante criteria that you pull out. So I guess I would suggest that maybe you apply a little bit of science to this, and that would actually give you a ranking that's defensible and maybe get you a little bit more out of the politics of this. But we'll see how that plays. Speaking of risk management, I did spend a significant amount of time doing earthquake management for San Onofre. So I can tell you with absolute certainty that the San Andreas is not your predominant risk. It's the Rose Canyon Newport Inglewood fault, which goes all the way from San Diego Bay to obviously Newport Inglewood. That has a far higher likelihood of throwing a 7.5 10 miles away or 15 miles away than the San Andreas does throwing an 8 being 50 miles away. So your damage will obviously be significantly higher. So I'm not advocating again that you do or don't insure. I don't have earthquake insurance because I'm with the majority of everyone I heard there that said that, if it's bad enough that we need it, it won't pay anyway. But again, I think maybe either your insurer or your risk manager needs to take a little bit harder look about what the real problem is. And I also agree the pancaking of that parking ramp is probably the number one likely event if you get a large earthquake. So, but yeah, I think the city needs a little bit more risk management work in a formal quantitative way. So that would be my comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
There's no one on Zoom and no e-comments.
Okay, thank you. I will call the vote then. All for? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries. Do you have to read that one?
Yes. Adopt by four-fifths vote and by title only resolution number 2603-014, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, modifying the budget for fiscal year 2025-26. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jump into city manager items.
I know it's late and normally I would pass on this, but I want to start something occasionally where I want to call it sort of staff shout out, something under the city manager item. I recognize maybe hard work of some of our staff members that aren't always present at these meetings, maybe at the lower line service level or outside of our earshot or eyesight. And I happen to have something come across my desk today that I thought would be a good sort of initiator of this activity. And we're creating a process to kind of mine this internally. And I would kind of report out to all of you on a periodic basis, maybe once a month, not every night, but maybe when there's something meaningful we're sharing. And if you'll indulge me, and if offline you tell me, hey, this isn't really worth our time, we can talk about it. But I got a letter today from an Eduardo Santa Cruz. He's the principal architect working for Northrop Grumman with SCDS Consulting Design. And he wrote this letter to Mark Weiner. And he said, it's a letter of appreciation. I'm writing to express my gratitude for the care that we received from your staff for the Northrop Grumman TF1 project. The building department staff, led by Lorena Solis, were all very helpful in helping us solve technical questions in order to help the project comply with the building code, and that help led to plan approval for permit issuance. Lorena was able to shepherd the project through the plan check process and answer technical questions, and Steve Shane guided us towards compliance with the code on this complex project. During the entire process, the building department staff were courteous, professional, and friendly, qualities that are often lacking in other cities. We can honestly say that working with the City of Redondo Beach Building Department is refreshing. Therefore, we would like to express our appreciation of the City of Redondo Beach Building Department for their help on various projects throughout the city. Please convey our warmest regards to your staff for their work and assistance. that's one worth sharing. Turn that off. So Lorena, Steve, the building team, we've been seeing more of this, and this is a stark contrast to the type of letter we got, say, 2 years ago, which might have said the exact opposite, candidly, and been addressed to all of you. So just continued evidence of the hard work that
Can we
Mark
get a
and his
copy of
team.
that?
Absolutely, I'll forward it to all of you. But yeah, and that's coming straight from Northrop Grumman's rep. So.
Cool.
Very nice. Anyway, that's my first staff shout out, something that you may hear me do more periodically. So,
Anything else?
no, just make sure that when we adjourn tonight, we adjourn to 12 o'clock for closed session.
Got it. Okay, referrals to staff. Councilmember Waller.
None.
Councilmember Castle.
Two things. One, referral to staff for the, I guess, the repair of the basketball court lighting. We had a couple of students come in.
The one up at Anderson?
Yes, at Anderson.
Yeah.
If there are other places where it's more of a repair project, I wanted to see if we could get that taken care of. And then secondly, I think this would be a BR.
So we need a motion and a second.
Not for BR.
That one's not.
BRR, that was a.
That's just a referral. That's a staff customer service item. There's no
Okay.
council action on that, so.
And then the BRR would be for the creation of a, let's call it senior analyst position for community service for special events. We have a number of large events that are starting to take place here in the city. And as we come up for looking toward our budget next year, I wanted to see if we could add some additional staff to focus on managing those large projects.
Yep, happy to do that.
Do I need?
I agree.
You don't need a second.
You don't need a second for a
need-
BRR.
Okay.
Okay.
That's all I have. Yes, sir.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Yes, I'm sorry, I have a few. I'd like to have a BRR for Ensenada Parquet. I had sent an email to Mike Klein about some potential additions to the parquet. So that would dictate the details of that.
Yep.
I'd also like to get a BRR regarding Harbor Patrol. The positions that were added from the budget last year, I'd like to get a report regarding, added value, whether in the form of enforcement, increased enforcement in the harbor,
Sure.
or other community benefit that's resulted in those additions.
Yeah, Harbor Patrol, and there was one position added, that was the deputy, yeah.
Yep.
Harbor Master.
I'd like to get a BRR to add, it would be a total of 3 concrete benches at Heritage Square, similar to the style from Franklin Park. I will asterisk that with, I have an extra one at Franklin Park that is a little out of place, so it would be 3. So you could take the one from Franklin and put it in Heritage.
Transfer one,
but
buy 2 more, or
that's
buy
right.
3 more?
Yes. just
Okay. Well, we
multiply.
can give you a per bench
Perfect.
cost,
That would be
probably.
great. Yes.
And this is at Heritage Court? Like,
Heritage, the square, Heritage
Yeah.
Square at Dominguez Park.
Yeah.
Yep. Do I need a BRR for the curb extension for the bike path at Artesia, or was that part of direction from before?
No, we're good
exploring.
on that. We'll evaluate that as part of the process.
Okay. And then the last BRR is to, for the street landscape and lighting district, as well as tree trimming, to evaluate the contracts to determine options for potential reductions to street lighting, street landscape and lighting district is heavily subsidized by the general fund. To what case can we, options to reduce that so that we're not subsidizing it from our general fund? What would that look like?
Okay. We get that BRR last year too.
We've had the reduction. We've had the reduction a couple years ago. I don't know if we did it last year. We can provide you some options. They're not great, but we'll get you what we can.
It wasn't necessarily the Prop 218 discussion, but if we were to reduce, what would our options be?
Right.
For that, the street landscape and lighting district, as well as tree trimming contracts.
And that flows into that to some degree.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Rabaji.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Barrett? And I have none. So with that, I will take a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Second.
To a regular closed session meeting.
Yeah. I got it.
Okay, good.
Okay, is that all four?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No?
Opposed to adjourning?
Okay, so we are adjourning to a closed session at noon on March 31st, Tuesday, March 31st, 2026. And then we will have open session starting here at 2 p.m., but then moving over to the library to discuss strategic planning. Okay, did I get it right, Mike? Okay, we are adjourned.
Look at that.
No. No, this is our third meeting this month.
I was guessing.
And then we added the strategic.